Thunder, thunder, thunderhead, ho!
I have the most ridiculous introductions. They're going to get more ridiculous here pretty soon. How's everybody doing? No, Roland, we're not doing heavy gear tonight. That was the plan. I even got the gears that I'm working on finished building. I forgot a step, and then I got busy this morning. So they need a teeny little bit more work, but we're going to get rolling on them this week. I got the initial 8 all constructed. Look, I got my Southern mechs gears all together. Look, he's got a little knife. He's holding it like he's a badass. Pew, pew, pew with his little gun. Huh? Some of these guys are a pain in the ass to assemble. They really, really are. Let's get some music going, shall we? Boom. There's something. Right in the middle of a song, too. How fucking weird. Skip that. What are you doing? What are you doing to me, Pretzel? The guy with the bazooka. It took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out how this bazooka was supposed to fit on the Gear's arm. An embarrassingly long period of time. But I got it done. And then it took another embarrassingly long time to figure out that this is what a snub cannon is.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Oh, God, no. Come on. Come on. How are we doing today? Dark Fox, Roland, Sumer, Puck, Duncher, Hethrir, who has sunk so low. So low, and I don't mean Han Solo, I just mean so damn low because he is just so edgy. Guys, do you know how edgy Hethrir is? Hethrir is so edgy that he claims to not like Spider-Man, like violently. Who the fuck doesn't like Spider-Man? That's nonsense. Hethrir is, you know what, he gives me a little taste of what it must be like to talk to me. You're like, hey man, I got this cool thing I want to talk to you about. And he's like, I dislike that. For reasons that I can neither explain nor defend. And you're just gonna have to deal with it. I imagine that's what it's like talking to me most of the time. Hang on, I'm trying to clean my screen here a little bit so I can see my chat. Nisk. Roland, yeah, he's a bit like JJ. If JJ was like, don't show me any pictures of Spider-Man. Get Spider-Man out of my office. I don't want to hear another word about Spider-Man. That's Hethrir. That's pretty accurate, actually. God damn it, why won't this... You're supposed to not streak, but you're streaking like crazy. Boba Fett isn't a Mandalorian, though. Right now, they changed that. They have, indeed. I have seen that, Roland. It's kind of exciting. I know that a lot of people are like, no, leave Boba Fett out of it. And, I mean, you might expect me to say things like that because I say things like that about other characters. But I've come to accept Temuera Morrison's Jango Fett and thus Boba Fett over the years. And, yeah, Jango was a Mandalorian. Like, there was some back and forth about that in the beginning. Like, he wasn't really one genetically or just something like that. I don't know. But I believe he has, in fact, been canonized as a Mandalorian, thus making Boba Fett also a Mandalorian. I think they did that as far back as Republic Commando, because what set the Republic Commandos apart was that instead of getting the usual clone indoctrination, they got Mandalorian training, and they had a connection with their Mandalorian roots, and the other clones did not trust them as much as a result. I think he's playing Rex. That'd be interesting. Tremere with the subscription 2 months. Was that a nice J? I've literally never tried to do J. Jonah Jameson in my life. Of course I'm streaming on Mother's Day. I am the mother of models. Do you not know this? I 3D printed my mommy some flowers. I 3D printed some carnations for her. She liked them. They were pretty. And I didn't have to go to the vomitorium, the grocery store to buy any, so that was a win. Given that Ahsoka's in Season 2, I think he's playing Rex. I think they confirmed that he is, in fact, doing Boba, but he could easily play multiple characters with his face. I like Temuera Morrison. I thought Temuera Morrison was a great choice for Aquaman's father as well. I thought he did a really good job in that. He also headlined a movie... What was it called? I can't remember what it was called. It's a New Zealand or Australian film about an alien invasion. where Temuera Morrison was like one of their stars. This was just maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago, and it was terrible. It was so bad. So bad. Roland, you didn't like Aquaman? Aquaman was terrible, but I enjoyed it. I think it's important to make that distinction, because there were parts of it that were really stupid. There were parts of it that had some of the most confusing musical accompaniments I've ever heard in my life. But then there was Patrick Wilson, who... Now, guys, I realized recently I've stopped kind of talking about Willem Dafoe, and this may be a good opportunity for me to both bring Willem Dafoe back up from his role in Aquaman, and shift my man-crushery over to Patrick Wilson, because those of you who don't know, Patrick Wilson is a fucking god who walks amongst mere mortal men. No, but really, I do. I like Patrick Wilson a lot. There are very few roles he's been in that I have not enjoyed, and I thought his Ocean Master, his Orm, was fucking primo. Really good. Not to mention the fact they gave him the right costume, which is a nice change of pace. You also 3D printed your mother flowers. Well, go take them back, because that was my idea, and I will not be upstaged. I will not. It's a good idea. Those of us who have 3D printers really kind of get a pass on a lot of gifts for the moment, because we can just be like, hey, look, I 3D printed this thing. It's like I made it with my own hands. Hydrate. Hydrate. Does coffee count? Is this... There's water in it. I always have some coffee before I start. Always. Oh no, I knocked over my stap. A little stap. It's such a shitty model. It fell over. Yeah, let me move these stupid droids out of the way. I should drink something wet. I really... What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Chaotic Harmony, you have recently become a true thorn in the side of many online communities. Missiles go whoosh, and apparently raids also go whoosh. Good God. Well, thank you so much for the raid. We are just getting started over here. This stream literally started like 10 minutes ago.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Commissar Iguana with the 3 months. Look at that. Look at that. 3 months. Every time I see those numbers, I'm seeing 4 these days too, and that's kind of blowing my mind. The people have been subscribing for 4 months. People coming over from Chaotic Harmony. We are just getting rolling over here. Battle Mech Warrior with the follow. Thank you so much. I'm a little disappointed I'm not doing BattleTech content today. I would have, I don't know that I would have changed my plans, but today specifically I am trying to work on Spider-Man from Marvel Crisis Protocol, but we're going to have more BattleTech content coming up later this week for anyone who is interested. We're also going to have some heavy gear content as I finally got my gears assembled, and they're going to get primed and ready to paint here shortly. Welcome everybody coming over from Chaotic Harmony's stream. I hope you've been having fun watching him infuriate legions upon legions of random assholes online. It's amazing to watch the reactions. We do a lot of BattleTech over here. We've been working on this Cataphract lately. I'm going to be finishing this one up for you, Roland, probably later tonight. I'm going to be putting the finishing touches on him. The longer I've let this guy sit without actively working on it, so the longer I've gone without thinking about the camo pattern, the more I like it. It kind of had to rest a little bit, you know? Sort of marinate in the sweet juices of the Narn regime. And then we're gonna have some more BattleTech content on Thursday, painting an Annihilator battle mech for one of our other viewers, O'Coral, in a clan color scheme, which should be interesting. That should be something. We literally just started this stream, so we're kind of still in the point of the stream where I bullshit for a few minutes, so I hope you're prepared for that. Guys, we surpassed 400 followers. The sweet juices of the Narn regime. Well, this is why people come to this stream, is for sentences that they've never heard, like that one right there. After Tuesday, when I mentioned my anxieties behind painting, I made a promise to myself I'd do at least 15 minutes, which I've been able to do. Puck Duncher, that is fucking fantastic. So much of miniature painting is just finding the time and the urge to sit down and get going, which is, again, a large part of what this stream is for me. How was Chaotic Harmony's stream? I was in for a little bit at the very beginning. I gathered that there was some more salt. I thought he was going longer. Didn't he say he was going to be going for like 8 hours? I didn't figure he'd be raiding today. Did things go a little sideways? He's still going? How does that work? How do you raid someone and then continue streaming? What? Oh, okay. He's gonna be coming back. So what we have here is a little Thunderhead interlude. A little palate cleanser, if you will. A little intermission. And he'll be coming back? Okay. Well, that's okay. Did I show you guys my Loth Cats? I'm going to be painting these here pretty soon, too. I'm watching Rebels again, and I just did a bunch of Lothal terrain for Star Wars Legion, so I'm gonna have to paint these little guys, and that'll be interesting. I normally don't paint fur. Normally do not paint fur. Here in a minute, we're going to be getting started on Spider-Man. And this, you guys have seen me say this before when I'm like, guys, I'm doing a tabletop quality paint job. I'm really trying to stick to that. We're doing a tabletop quality paint job. This guy's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass because of all these little web lines on the red part of his costume, which I want to be quite dark. It's going to take some pin washing, I figure. Found the salty guys several times. Interesting. Getting dejected about my painting. Been so long since I regularly did that, I don't have an identifiable style anymore. I'm basically starting from scratch. Sentient Pickle, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not having... You know, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves as painters. We want everything to just be amazing all the time. We want to have an identifiable and an individual style. And it's weird because that's the sort of thing that you can't force... And you can't even really spend that much time thinking about, because it's like the more you think about it, the more you focus on it, the further away you get from it. You know? Style. Style is, so you know when you're watching me and I just completely fuck something up, and then I go like, I'm gonna cover that up with some bullshit. That's what they call style. At least that's my style, at any rate. Forgot a run, good to see ya. Lab, Chatty, thanks for coming over. I think I already said hi to you. I can't remember. There's so many names these days. Yeah, and Dark Fox, you're right on with that. Something to remember, too, particularly if you're just getting started back painting again, you can always come back to a model. You can reach a point of finishing a figure, getting it good enough, and then play with it, and if you feel later on like coming back to it, and adding features, adding details, enhancing something that you did, you can do that. And I often find that easier than holding on to a figure until I've done it perfectly. Like, I'm really, for these heavy gear dudes, I'm really going to be trying to stick to, like, let's just paint it and get it on the fucking table level paint job. I'm not going to do anything crazy. Roland, you were suggesting a paint scheme last time for the Southern mechs, for these guys, the red shoulders. I would like it very much if you could link me on Discord would be fine. Any information you have on that faction, because the less I have to think about what colors I'm going to pick, and the more I can think about just getting it painted, the happier I'm going to be. And the red shoulders sound fun, if nothing else, as a reference to Votoms. I would probably pick that anyway. How's everybody doing today? I don't think I've asked. Vergatarung, gonna try to stream tonight, ladies and gentlemen. If you are in this chat right now, and you have any interest in miniature painting whatsoever, which one would think you would somewhat, at least to a small degree, go give Vergatarung a follow and check him out tonight. Really, just heap the pressure on him, you know? Make it so that he starts his first stream and there's like 30 people and they're all going, "What are you doing? Why isn't the stream like as good as I want it to be?" Just ruin him, just right out of the gate. No, I'm kidding, but give him a follow and, you know, help him out. I know that my first few streams, I needed a lot, and a lot of people do need help with, how does my audio sound? How's my camera angle? So on and so forth. And it's really quite helpful to have somebody to give you feedback on that. I don't really mean for this guy to lean as much as he is, but I guess it kind of works. He's running and kind of turning, I guess. I like the Southern mechs. Gears, mechs, come on! They're the same damn thing, just smaller. Alright, let's move these guys out of the way. Let's get Spidey started. I think I'll also maybe a little bit work on getting Black Widow's face done today, because I did her on stream a while ago, and I haven't done her face yet, because I'm lazy as shit. Trying to get out of the habit of that quick and dirty dry brush method I used, finding that the old minis aren't really doing me any favors with their muddy the Sentient Pickle. There's something to be said for painting minis with really nice details, and I feel bad every time I say it, because I want you guys to understand, I'm not, like, bitter against Iron Wind Metals. I'm not, like, trying to make a statement against the guys who run it or anything like that, and I don't like to say bad things about other artists. It just is objectively true that many of Iron Wind Metal's sculpts over the years, and even today, suck. They're just not very good, guys. And we have access to better ones now. We really do. Sentient Pickle, if you find yourself in need of some better sculpts, we have a lot of people in the Discord who could do some 3D printing for you, I am absolutely sure. If you want some of the MWO sculpts or anything newer. Halfway through dealing with your Necron Warriors, Firestarter, good to see you, man. I hope that you will share some of that today. In the Storm Report, speaking of the Storm Report, this is something I wanted to talk about. We crossed 400 followers, and I wanted to do something for 400 followers. A smarter man would have said we'll do something for 500 followers, but you know what, we'll do that too. How about that? And Papa Bear suggested a Storm Report Special Edition stream, which I think is a pretty cool idea. Tremere, this Spider-Man that we are going to be working on, is from Marvel Crisis Protocol, and it's a very cool sculpt. It's a very detailed, very neat, very dynamic sculpt. And I'm looking forward to getting going on him, since he's pretty much bright primary colors, and that will ease my brain a little bit. Yes, Samara, that's also true. Many of the new prints that you are going to get... None of the above, Roland. Just Peter. Just Peter. I'm not putting an actor into this particular costume. Though if I had to pick... I had to pick one... dude, I don't know. Am I gonna be, like, exiled forever if I say that I liked Andrew Garfield? Like, I know the writing wasn't awesome in those movies. I know that those movies did some shit that was just, like, batshit crazy. They did. But Andrew as Peter Parker, I actually enjoyed pretty well. Oh. Get my wet palette going. Take a break from robots and hone my skills more painting things I don't mind looking average like zombies from... Yeah, that's a good idea, Sentient Pickle. Just, you know, get the brush moving. I can help a lot. I agree, Roland. That was the fence-sitting answer I wanted to go with. All three of those actors did really good things. Not all the things they did were good, but they each brought something unique to the table. My button's working? My button's working? Hey, look at that. Let's get going. I mean, to be fair, that was at a time when emo was, like, really popular, so I think they were just leaning into it. I gotta decide how I want to approach this first. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay down his primary colors, and then I'm gonna try to come back in and pin wash the web lines individually, and I hate myself for even saying it, because it's gonna be a pain in the ass. But then once that's done, I can come in and highlight up the individual red squares, and I'm gonna end up violating my tabletop quality oath. But I'm going to pull out some of my Dr. P.H. Martin's acrylics for this. Working with Ruby Red. A little closer there. There we go. And let me see. My blues. Either True Blue or Nautical Blue. I'm thinking True Blue. Thank you, Dark Fox. And also Roland. I haven't been able to make it to Costco since all this shit's been going down, and I'm starting to run out of my nice gloves that I like. I mean, Peter Parker is many, many things, Sentient Pickle, because Peter Parker as a teenager has been written by many authors in many different eras over the years. He's generally pretty upbeat, though. Usually. Yeah, it depends on the iteration, exactly. Laughs and no gloves. White Wolf. What's up, White Wolf? How you doing? How is everybody doing today? I think I asked, but I don't know if I actually stuck around to get any answers. Y'all working on anything good right now? If you're working on something, I think you know what I want to do. Damn it, I got distracted. I was about to talk about the Storm Report Special Edition. Okay, let me talk about that for a second. So, we crossed 400 followers. I am going to run a giveaway tonight here on the stream. And it's not actually giving anything away. What it is giving away is one of several slots for our Storm Report Special Edition, and I'm still formulating exactly how it's going to work, but I'm thinking that if you win a spot, you will then submit some pictures to me of a model that you would like some help on, or that you would like some feedback on. And we can take a chunk of the stream next Sunday, thinking like half an hour to an hour for each one that we do, and go over the pictures, talk about what works and what doesn't. I can try to have some examples ready to work on, to sort of be like, okay, I see what you were trying to do here, let's use some different colors, let's try some different techniques. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the idea. We can really focus in on something, and then for the next Storm Report, when we come around to it, maybe have an image of, like, what you learned. As I say it, I feel like it's kind of pretentious. Like, I'm like, let me bestow upon you my ancient techniques of painting, when I'm not. I don't do anything that special. But, you know, you guys, if you are interested, when I start the giveaway, which is actually going to be here in just a minute, I'm probably going to run it for the duration of the stream. Go ahead and, I think the command I put in is !Doppler, like the radar. And I'm thinking 3. I'm thinking we're going to do 3 slots, 3 winners. We will go ahead and do maybe 2 tonight, and then 1 on Tuesday's stream to give some people who can't be here a chance to get a slot. Now, bear in mind, this is all very experimental. We came up with this idea at the last minute. If it goes well, and I really like the idea, we'll do another one at 500, and we'll do another one at 750. And so next Sunday will be the Storm Report Special Edition stream. We're going to spend most of the stream on the Storm Report, going over the chosen models, going over the techniques to improve them, and then going to the regular Storm Report. That'll probably be the whole stream. So that'll be fun. But I'll have to make sure I can come up with some examples to actually help out in that time. So what do you think, guys? Does that sound fun? Does that sound like a good time? I think it does. And in fact, since I've decided to go ahead and go through with this, I'm going to go ahead and open that up. I think I've got this set up right. All you have to be is a follower. You do not have to be a subscriber to participate in the best stream ever. What's up, Kursala? I'm glad you all like the sound of it. I'm going to go ahead and open it up and let's see how this goes. I think I can select multiple winners. I don't use these giveaways much. Let's see. Let's see if the bot does what it's supposed to do. Hey, there we go. !Doppler should get you your entry. Well, that's good to hear. Look at that. Look at that. Madness. Alright, let me, I think I'm going to start with blue on the legs, just so I can get my thinning down. I'm stoked that you guys like this idea, because, and by the way, hey Papa Bear, how you doing? Papa Bear pitched it, and I like the sound of it. It's real undercooked at the moment, but I think with some time, we'll get it where it needs to be. And our first one is going to be fairly experimental. But if it goes well, we'll keep doing it. Because I really like the idea. And that's fine, Samir. You'll have more opportunities in the future, my man. I mean, I hope. Assuming we get to 500 followers, and assuming we get to 750 followers, eventually, you will have another opportunity. Won't let you resub with Twitch Prime. The bastards. That's okay, White Wolf. Just having you around is more than enough for me, man. Lady Owl with the follow. Lady Owl Studio, no less. How you doing, Lady Owl? I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to the stream. Please periodically remind me that I'm trying to do tabletop quality here, because I'm just gonna get focused in on stupid shit and I'm gonna forget what I'm doing. Welcome to the Nut House.
Do you like sexy battle mix, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And also more. Alright, so I'm gonna start off putting some color on his gooch just to be sure that I'm getting the coverage I want, you know? Yeah, that seems pretty good, actually.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because
Fair.
he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely.
I do.
Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
You didn't really need to see it that badly, did you? Who wants to see what I'm doing? Really, that's not what you're here for. I know. I know what you guys are here for. Where's the button? Damn it. Buttons! You have to work when I push you. There we go. I want to see you put googly eyes on Black Widow. I don't own enough googly eyes. I should just have a repository of googly eyes that I can draw from at any given time. It seems like a reasonable way to spend my money. God damn, these P.H. Martin's acrylics go on smooth. And as you get your entries in for the Storm Report Special Edition stream, don't forget to post to today's Storm Report. We're still doing that bit today, guys. And if there's anybody at all, who's new to the stream, and you feel like sharing some of your creativity, which I strongly encourage, we are all about sharing and collaboration here, I would love it. I'd really love it. As a personal favor to me, if you'd pop over into the Discord, jump into the Storm Report channel, and post some pictures of what you're working on. Work in progress, something finished, something you finished a while ago and just want to share, something you're working on right now, something you want some help with, some photography you've done, some painting you've done, some cross-stitch, anything you got that's even remotely creative. Please share it with us. Towards the end of the stream, we'll be popping over into that channel to take a look at what we got and talk about what we're working on. It is a very popular bit, and I love it. I have a really good time with it, and it excites me when you guys want to share with me. Oopsies. That's exactly where I didn't want to put blue. But we can get that up. It's the other nice thing about how thin these pH acrylics are. They come up pretty easily as long as you get to them quick. Late to the party? What's up, Datron Voltar? You're not late to the party, buddy. You are the party. We are working on Spider-Man from Marvel Crisis Protocol. And, wait, what are we talking about here? I missed something. I'm guessing art. Yeah, that's probably accurate. Oh, Dark Fox has some NSFW content, I see. Datron, if you're interested, we were just talking about how, to celebrate passing 400 followers, we're going to be doing next Sunday a special edition Storm Report stream, which, who am I thinking of? Papa Bear posted the details of... Am I shaping the leg muscles with lighter or darker blue? I'm going to be coming in with lighter blue. This is going to be my base tone blue. Battlemech Warrior, and then I'll be probably doing a little bit of a wash to just sort of glaze and filter those colors together. But Datron, if you're interested in taking part in the Special Edition Storm Report episode, go ahead and hit ! Doppler to get your entry in. It will require you to send me some pictures over the course of the week of a model that you would either like some help with or are struggling with, which I guess is the same thing. And we'll talk about the techniques you're using, and I'll see if I can't have an example ready to do something similar or to help you along your path. That's the plan. And we'll be doing that for the whole damn episode, like at least 30 minutes to an hour devoted to each of the winners, followed by your usual Storm Report. It's going to be a little experimental. We're not entirely sure how we want to run it yet. But it seems like a cool idea. I like the sound of it, and I'd like to see how it goes. Hang on, I should brace my other elbow, because it's floating in the air, and that's not going to do me any good. But don't let that distract you from today's Storm Report. If you feel like posting some pictures, please do. Spider on his back is white, right? I'm pretty sure it is. And then the one on his chest is black. We might do that. We might do that, Firestarter. It's still evolving. It's still evolving as a concept. And if things go quickly over the course of the week, we'll do it Sunday. Worst case scenario, we'll kick it back a day or two into next week if we need to do some last minute changes. But we're doing it. We're doing it one way or the other, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Fuck, I'd like to see you try. Blue actually came out really nice. For just one coat, that went on real nice. I need to adjust my camera a little bit, or I'm going to be going off constantly. There, that's better. The spider is inconsistent. It depends. Yeah, I imagined it was probably something like that. But as I remember it, the spider on his back is white, and the spider on his chest is black. I guess I could look at some pictures. Am I using inks? I called them inks a few times. That's not technically accurate. These are Dr. P.H. Martin's liquid acrylic. They're very ink-like. They are a very, very high pigment, low surface tension, really, really thin acrylic paint. Tiny robots in a box. You actually will get permabanned even for asking that question. Project Dark Fox, please drop the hammer on. No, don't do that. That's crazy. You won't get permabanned, but I do ask that for the Storm Report we try to stick to 3 pictures, if only because the last few have gotten a little out of hand. You could do that, Kursala, I just wouldn't show any of it. I do, believe it or not, give a quick glance over the Storm Report before I show things on there. I don't think, by the way, Dark Fox, thank you so much for being here. I don't think we're going to see Kat tonight. She is busy with Mother's Day shenanigans. I'm mixing some of my red up here. Well, that's pretty okay, Roland. I like having extra hobby money. Who doesn't like extra hobby money? The worst thing about hobbies is that I keep spending money on them. It's also kind of the best thing about them. Well, not the best thing about them, but the retail therapy helps every now and then. I'm going to try this on an innocuous piece of red like back here. And see how I like it before I continue with it. Damn, that's a good red. Damn, that's a good red. Yep, we're going with that. What about this line between the blue and the red? I don't remember there being one on most of his costumes. I remember the blue just kind of going into the red. Unless it is... I guess it would probably be the same color as the spiderweb pattern on the red, so it'd probably be black. That would seem to make sense. Spider boots. Spider boots. I mean, maybe I'll go in and line these webs. Maybe I'll just highlight the red and let the webs stay a little darker. I don't know yet. I'll tell you what, though. I don't want to pin wash every single web on this model. I really don't want to do that. And I did say tabletop quality, so maybe I just won't. Maybe we'll see what we can do with just red. Because otherwise I'm going to hate myself halfway through doing that. You know, more than I already do. Hey, Flavolicious. How you doing, man? How are things? That's what we're shooting for, Project Dark Fox. I'm really going to try not to do anything too stupid or crazy today. I just want to get Spider-Man painted well enough. So my boy Luke can play the game, and, I told myself when the whole lockdown thing started, like, haha, now I have a bunch of time to paint Marvel Crisis Protocol. And, you know, months have gone by since then, so maybe I should get to it. I mean, I guess I'm just going to do red right over the spider and then come back in with black afterwards, because that way the whole thing will be the right color beneath. So, Humble Bundle Monthly. What do they call it now? Humble Choice? I have been enrolled in Humble Choice for a good long time when it was just Humble Monthly. And I got that Jurassic World Evolution game the other day. And I would never have bought that game by itself, like using money. I just don't give a shit about Jurassic Park or Jurassic World or any of it. But it's a fun game. As far as just a management game where I have dinosaurs that could potentially eat my park guests, like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but with Tyrannosaurus, like, it's pretty fun. I enjoyed playing that last night for a while. Still probably wouldn't have bought it, even knowing that I would enjoy it. But that Humble Choice, the Humble Monthly, has been a good deal for a long time. Admittedly, the last few months there haven't been that many games it's had that I really wanted. But for $12 a month, getting some essentially free games, it's hard to go too wrong. What primer do I use? I use Vallejo Surface Primer. Pretty much on everything. And I almost always do black. I have white, I have gray, I pretty much just use black. And yes, I am aware that this brush is all janky and messed up. It's just my broad base coating brush at this point. Red is pretty deep. I think it's going to work without any more shading. I think I can just come in and start doing highlights and get away with it. Same thing for the blue. And then I'll probably come in and do the lines around the edge of the colored portions a wee little bit later. It's dark enough, I think, if I just highlight up the red in the individual panels. The little webs will show up pretty well. Stupid Spider-Man with stupid bright colors. And then the edges around his eyes are supposed to be black, and then his eyes are white. Kakaninder. How you doing, man? Good morning also to you. I keep mine going because I'm too lazy to pause it. I forget that I have it on a monthly basis. I do. And then they send me an email, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should download some games. And then I forget about it inside of a month, because my brain is, whack. I'm whack with poo brain. Oh, okay. I did that just before the stream, Dark Fox. And all I do is I prime it black, and then I come over with a white, really, really thin white, and I zenithal highlight it real quick from an upward angle. Just to give myself some easy shadows to work with. So I am going to start mixing some oranges into my reds. I think I'm actually going to go to a different red for my first round of highlights, which is going to be kind of all over. I'm going to be using this bloody red. It's kind of a yellowish red. I think it'll work well for Spidey. Tonight, yes, Project Dark Fox. I use an airbrush for that. It's not a necessary step. You could do something similar to give yourself some real easy, quick highlights with a dry brush. You don't strictly have... It won't be, you know, as smooth as an airbrush, obviously, but if you take a nice dry brush, like I really, really, for dry brushing, like this kind of dirty, I need to clean it, ELF makeup contour brush with the round end. And if you get some white on it, wipe off most of it, and then dry brush using only downward strokes like that, you can give yourself a very similar effect. White Wolf, tonight I am drinking my usual standby, New Belgium Fat Tire. It's a personal favorite. Yeah, that would also work, Sentient Pickle. There are a lot of different ways you can achieve a very similar look. Yeah, I think this bloody red is really going to be the primary red we want for Spider-Man. It's much more his color. Rising Tide Brewery's Uncharted Waters. I have not had that. I got a couple sours in the fridge. I might switch off to one of those once I finish this guy. What was it? Somebody suggested that to me also as like a special stream. They're like, you could do a stream where you just get completely shit-faced drunk and let your audience see what an asshole you are. No, probably not. I don't want you to know what a lightweight I am. Jesus. Yeah, moving up from Apple Barrel is a big and important step. Your first steps into a larger world. Alright, let's go to one of my smaller brushes. And let's start trying to highlight some of this red and see how it goes. Yeah? Seems like a plan. Averick. Is that Averick? The threes always throw me. Averick! Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Yeah, that is exactly the red I want. It's just going to be tricky missing the spots that I don't. This is... Highlighting his red is going to be most of the work on this model, I can tell already. Shaving nubs off the side of a Necron head is hell. Necron hell. Robo hell. Yeah, that's always a pain in the ass to do. I'll tell you, I like the heavy gear models, but some of the places where they chose to have the sprues connect to the pieces drive me a little bit crazy. If I have to have a complaint, that would be it. Some of them are a little nuts. Now, his foot is mostly angled downward, so I don't want to go too heavy on the highlights here. I think I might skip a few and go high on his boot. This may or may not call for a red wash after I'm done. I'll just do it and we'll see where we are a little bit later. They're really nice. I love the Dr. P.H. Martins. They're fucking fantastic. Pez Motion, Aeon Drummond, welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys. Yesterday I tilled up a new garden with the wife, and I may not paint for a week. Aeon, I feel you on that one, man. I got three garage doors, and their rail system was replaced yesterday. And this week, I have to build a chicken run and start work on a raised bed for the garden. So it's gonna be an interesting time. Should keep me busy. I'm not gonna worry about highlighting specific areas too much with this red. I'm just gonna try to get the red panels with it in general, and then I can worry about the specific highlights later. Spider-Man, you're gonna drive me crazy, I can tell already. That's kind of why I just want to get him done. On the one hand, particularly these days, it's nice to be able to get outside as much as I do when I know that there are a lot of people who simply are not able to. On the other hand, it kind of sucks a little bit sometimes. Particularly in the spring, because a lot of my mornings get eaten up just with property maintenance right now. It's easier during the winter when everything dies and I can just pretend like it doesn't exist. And only worry about, like, snow building up and bullshit like that. Chaotic Harmony. Back. Had to witness the salt. How salty was it? How goes your quest for salt? Tip is getting a little frayed here. From the sound of things, people have been getting pretty pissed off at you, which is funny, considering how meaningless the whole thing is. I mean, it seems like they should be getting more pissed off at PGI for allowing it in the first place. But that's how people are, you know? They get upset and they focus their ire on literally the first thing they see when they look up. Which in this case is you. Thank you, Dark Fox. That's what I'm shooting for. I'm not going to go crazy. I'm doing this with the red. I'm going to do one highlight on the red, and then I'm going to call it good. I can think of other ways to approach the red that would take more time, and I am specifically not doing it. Spider-Man does not have to look amazing. He just has to be painted. And he is kind of an annoyingly difficult to paint model in this particular sense. On the plus side, Hathrier probably won't be around this stream, you know? I'm pretty sure we drove him off already. So I won't have to look at any smoked ribs or any bullshit like that. Joke's on him, that's why I picked Spider-Man. Ah, son of a bitch. What's up, Hathrier? How you doing? He is indeed the Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah, we could do with a voice clip, specifically for when I'm painting mini butts, I suppose. That's certainly something that could happen. It does happen.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's the drum roll that makes it, really. Like that would not be funny without the drum roll. The drum roll is most of the joke. No, okay, so there is a food channel on the Discord now, specifically for posting food. You don't have to post food in the Storm Report. You are no longer... It's not a thing you have to do anymore. So, you know, don't do it. I'm not going to say you can't do it. I'm just going to say that by the end of the stream, I'm usually hungry, and it's usually fairly torturous for me. Reminding myself I'm just doing tabletop quality because I already find myself wanting to go back and do things differently, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So I started watching Rebels again because I finished the Clone Wars final season. Which was excellent, by the way. Not the whole thing. Roland, I think you said skip the 4 episodes after the Bad Batch? I have no idea what to ask for my voice services for a fan project. What to ask, like, for pay-wise? I'm sure we could help you come up with something chaotic. You're worth some decent money, man. Damn. Yeah, whatever seems funnier. What was I just saying? Damn it, I forgot what I was saying. Okay. Yeah, if anybody is considering sitting down to watch the new season of the Clone Wars, I have an advanced recommendation following off of what Roland's recommendation was, which was absolutely correct, by the way. Just skip the first 8 episodes entirely. Watch the last 4 episodes, because it's really obvious to me that Dave Filoni was like, hey, I got this idea for the final, you know, chunk to kind of wrap up the Clone Wars cartoon. It's really just like a 4-episode arc. It's like a movie. And Disney went, yeah, we'll let you do that, but first, give me 4 episodes to sell action figures and 4 episodes to pander. And, god damn it, that's all they do. The first 8 episodes are just trash. They're really like, it reminded me of watching, like, Clone Wars Season 1. I really did not like them. Like, you might... I'm not going to say they are terrible and everyone is going to hate them. You may enjoy them. I know a number of people are like, oh, the Bad Batch are really cool. They did nothing for me at all. They were just a cheap ripoff of Delta Squad from Republic Commando, merged with a bunch of really stupid movie tropes. Like, the dumbest action movie tropes they could possibly find. Like, the leader literally looks like Rambo. And has that whole, I'm a dark lone warrior thing going on. And then there's like the big dumb one who's like, I'm afraid of heights. Let me smash the droids. Da, 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 da. Like that's his whole fucking character. And it's really quite dumb. And they bring back a clone that you may have thought was gone for apparently the sole purpose of just like claiming some legitimacy as a Clone Wars episode. Because most of the Clone Wars, those first episodes, are about completely different characters that have never been in Clone Wars before. Like I said, it seems like it was designed to sell action figures. And so they're like, oh, and also this other clone. Look, guys, we're a Clone Wars fucking episode. But it really felt cheap, and I'm not happy about how they used him. They were finished. They was released a while back. Well, it was dumb. I don't even care if they came up with it a while back. It was a bad idea. If they wanted to make those characters, they should have just put Delta Squad into the Clone Wars and not ripped Delta Squad off and made them less likable. Like, not likable at all. I really, it was annoying watching them. That's because Republic Commando was amazing for Gotta Run. Now, all that said, the final 4 episodes are fucking amazing. The final 4 episodes are some of the best, most intense Star Wars I've ever seen. Like, holy shit good. Like, it was really obvious these were the episodes that Filoni wanted to make. These are the episodes that he poured his heart and soul into. And it's amazing. And you can tell I mean, it's not really a spoiler to say Maul is in the final season of Clone Wars. Obviously, everyone wants to know what happened to Maul. You get to see him fight. And, they did motion capture this season. They had Ray Park come in and do motion capture for all the scenes where Darth Maul was fighting. And you can tell, like, right off the bat, as soon as he pulls out his lightsaber and ignites it, you're like, oh, that's Rey. It makes such a huge difference. God, Ray Park is such a badass, you guys. Oh yeah, no, like, honestly, if you're not into... Because that's the thing, is the first 8 episodes don't really change anything about the story. They don't really advance anything, they're just sort of there to, I guess, give you a little story about something Anakin was doing and a little story about something Ahsoka was doing, but they're not, like, important. And if you just skip all the way to the last 4 episodes, that's where the meat is. That's where the season really seems to start. And they're so good. Oh man, I'm gonna watch them again. They're so good. The final shot, like there's one shot at the end where they sort of dial forward in time and show you a character later on in their life, and it's powerful stuff. It really is. Thank you, Chaotic Harmony. I really appreciate that. What's up, man, Rofasol? How you doing? The Dark Disciple you talking about from what's its Force Unleashed? Because I don't think that's canon anymore. Ha ha, streamer goes shitpost. Chaotic Harmony is a master of comedy, in case you guys are unaware. And yeah, I would say that not only are the final 4 episodes redeeming, the final 4 episodes are fantastic. Like, as good as the Clone Wars have ever been, and then some. Really good. Answering questions that you probably wanted answered after the last few seasons. And giving you better, more advanced versions of characters that you already love. And yeah, really good Maul. Really good Maul scenes. Getting to see Ray Park do mocap for his fight scenes is so badass. That was the thing, maybe the thing that excited me most about Solo, and I liked Solo overall. I really did enjoy that movie. But one of the things that excited me the most was getting to see Darth Maul played simultaneously by Sam Witwer and Ray Park. It's such a unique idea, combining the physicality of the original actor, and let's face it, the physicality of Maul is a hugely important part of who he is, and the incredible voice acting of Sam Witwer, who has given so much character to Maul over the years. And I was really hoping we get to see more of that in the movies, but then Solo did like shit, so that's probably not going to happen. But at least they brought him in for the Clone Wars, and they combined the two again. I enjoyed it. I really appreciated that. You can just tell. You can tell when it's Ray Park doing something. He has such a unique physicality to him. Yeah, Roland's like, okay. I am in no way as upset about a lot of the social messages in Star Wars in general and in a lot of media as I know that you are. I know that it bothers you a great deal more. It doesn't bother me, for the most part. In fact, a lot of the time, the things that bother you, I tend to be like, no, that's really cool. I'm glad they did that. We're kind of on opposite sides of that particular issue. That said, oh my god, those sisters were so fucking terrible. They were so goddamn annoying and just stupid. Just dumb. Like, the problems that they got themselves into were like, oh yeah, big surprise. It was really frustrating to watch Ahsoka do as many stupid things as she did to allow that story to happen. And it was really annoying to have those characters forced down my throat like that, which they were. They really were. It's like, hey, in the middle of the... It didn't even feel like the Clone Wars. It was like some side adventure of Ahsoka and random sister chicks with a social message. And it felt out of place, it felt unearned, it felt shoehorned, and it really kind of irritated me. I don't know what the point of that was, except to pander to somebody and to try to sell, again, more action figures. I'm really hoping that those two characters, those two sisters, aren't intended to be getting developed for like a future series or something like that, because, well, I won't be watching it. It's not even remotely sad to ship Ventress and Obi-Wan, because everybody with a brain ships those two. Hey, Necrobob. Good to see you, man. Really hoped either the Pikes or the Mandos were gonna gun... Yeah, I was really rooting for them to just die at any moment. They kept getting themselves into increasingly stupid and supposedly dangerous scenarios and then being like, whoopsies, I got out of it. And it's like, all they really did was make the Pikes look like a bunch of incompetent assholes. Not that they weren't, you know. But still. It would be nice to know that the Pikes are capable of dealing with a couple of moron children from Coruscant. Apparently they're not. And all the connections with Maul and the Mandalorians just felt really shoehorned in. Like, obviously this... Like, they did extra work to try to connect that disconnected arc to what was going to come later by working in the Mandalorians and Maul through the Pikes. But it was very forced. Very, very forced. It's hard to criticize Star Wars for those things these days, and this is not a conversation that I usually encourage or get into, but I mean... It's getting increasingly difficult to criticize Star Wars with the way that they hide behind social issues, and again, I am on the side of most of these social issues. Really, I am. I believe in them. I just recognize that Disney is a soulless corporation that doesn't believe in anything. Disney believes that your money should be their money, and they will do literally anything they have to do to make that true. So when they take on a social cause, I don't believe them. It's the most cynical possible reason you could have to do it, and it feels really disingenuous, and as a result, it just comes off as fake. And that's what that whole second arc of 4 episodes was just really fake and really forced. Now, moving on from complaining about that, again, the final 4 episodes, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh my god. I want to watch them again, they were so good. And again, like, I really feel like, Roland, you and I probably couldn't be in more disagreement than we are about that general realm. Like, we're very different people with different values. But I can't disagree with you, it's so bad. It's not even like Star Wars hasn't always been full of that sort of thing. I mean, the essential message of the first movies are, like, staunchly against fascism and nationalism and a number of other movements. Staunchly and obviously. The prequels, similarly, have a bunch of references to modern politics, and they very distinctly take a side against certain people. But none of them were so ham-fisted about it. Which is crazy for me to say, because George Lucas was nothing if not ham. He has hams for fists, I believe. But when you let Dave Filoni do what Dave Filoni wants to do, he gives you the last 4 episodes, which blew my damn mind. And gave us some of the best character development of Anakin Skywalker we've ever seen. Like, really, we have been in desperate need of character development for Anakin Skywalker, and Filoni gave him some really, really good stuff. And see, I don't... No, you know, I don't want to be like, shut up, Roland, that's not what I'm saying, but I'd rather not get that deep into that conversation, you know? I'd rather keep that fairly surface level. And I hope you don't mind. The only reason I bring it up is that those particular 4 episodes were terrible.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. And they stand in, like, if all the episodes had been like that, all the way through to the end of the season, I probably wouldn't even be talking about the season right now. I would just let it go. But, again, just skip them. Just skip them, guys. Just don't even watch them. Why the hell would you? Nothing happens in them. Nothing is developed. Nothing changes. There's no reason to connect them to the rest of the Clone Wars. And I want to, I really want to right now just start talking about the events of the final 4 episodes, because they were... Oh, they were so exciting, you guys. They were so fucking exciting. But I won't, because I'd rather you go watch them yourself. I'm not going to spoil anything. I'll just say that the last moment that they gave to the final episode of The Clone Wars overall is one of the single coolest moments in all of the Star Wars animated universe, world. And following on from that, I mean, like, I don't even recommend... There are very few episodes in the Clone Wars that I say, go ahead and skip them. There's, like, the Mortis arc, which is just Lucas all over, and then there's those 4. But, so, okay. I watched those, and then I immediately moved forward into Rebels again. And I haven't watched Rebels since it was airing. I watched Rebels on a weekly basis as the episodes came out. I'd get up in the morning, I'd get my coffee, I'd fix some breakfast, I'd sit my ass down, I'd watch Rebels, and then I'd go do my day. And I really enjoyed it. I really liked that whole series. It was like the Ralph McQuarrie coloring book Star Wars series. And I had kind of forgotten a lot of Season 1. Like, I know Season 1 is regarded very poorly in general. People are like, oh, if it was just Season 1 and, like, I barely made it through that, oh, the rest of the series was good. Season 1 is pretty good. honestly, like, I know it's not as good as the later seasons, but watching it again and comparing it to, like, Clone Wars Season 1 and some of the episodes in the last season of Clone Wars, it's pretty fucking good. It's a little childish. It clearly didn't know exactly what it wanted to be, and yeah, the little laser slingshot is objectively pretty damn stupid. That may be true. But, all in all, it's still really solid. That's some great character development for both Ezra and Kanan. And I'm sorry, but Hera Syndulla is one of the coolest damn characters, you guys. I really like Hera. And Zeb. And Callus. I like that whole show is just so cool. I haven't watched Resistance. Like at all. Yeah, I don't think I will. Nothing about it really came out and grabbed me. I think I'll probably just avoid it. Particularly since it has such a connection to the sequels, which I similarly have a strong disdain for. Heard the rumor about redoing Pinky and the Brain. I hadn't heard that at all. Depending on who's doing it, that sounds like either a terrible idea or quite a solid one. I hate this model. I don't hate it, I just... oh my god. These red panels are tedious. And I don't think they're going to look as good as I want them to when I'm done. I can think of another method to make them look good, but it would be time and labor intensive, and I just... It's not the paint job I'm going for. It really just isn't. I don't know how else I would sculpt Spider-Man to make this easier. And I guess you could probably dry brush this model decently if you really didn't care. Not if you didn't care, but if you were just looking for, you know, a quick paint job. And I don't even think it would look bad. I think it would look pretty good. But what I'm doing is tedious. The other method would be more tedious, though, so that's... I guess I'll count my blessings. Zoinks! Animaniacs, too, huh? Familiar with the Babylon Bee? I don't know that I am, Roland. Yeah, Teen Titans Go was, yeah. And yeah, we don't mention that Thundercats bullshit either. I don't know what the hell that was. By comparison, that new Voltron that they did on Netflix was pretty excellent, in my opinion. Voltron Legendary Defender, I really enjoyed that. No. Let's not get too political about anything, Roland. It's just easier avoided. Even satire these days has a way of setting people off. Overturns the Star Wars sequence. God damn, they need to. Just start over. Yeah, Firestarter, I know what you mean. The end of Voltron Legendary Defender felt like they were like, fuck, how do we end this? Where do we go at this point? What the hell do we do? So they're like, I don't know, there's gonna be a big ship that turns into a giant robot and it's gonna fuck punch somebody from space. And then they're gonna fly into a super universe, and that super universe is gonna combine all the other universes, and then they're gonna fight over the combined universe. Like, okay. But everything up to that was great, and I thought that the little war between the Galra Empire and the Earthlings, the insurgency, was pretty cool. Frankly, I wish we'd gotten more of the insurgency against the Galra. Yeah, it did remind me quite a bit of Gurren Lagann, honestly. Like, I liked the ship, and it didn't have to transform into a big robot. Like, it didn't need to do that. I guess it was kind of a fun little nod to Robotech, you know? And admittedly, the scene when the giant cruiser-class ship turns into a robot and proceeds to punch a dude into the ground from space was kind of amazing. The only political hardline in this chat is Thunderhead's feelings of Pacific Rim 2. That's because Pacific Rim 2 is a fucking travesty. I mean, that's just accurate, Roland. Yeah, exactly, Firestarter. Like, there were a few episodes kind of like that.
About how you feel about something, I'm going to have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
There were a few episodes of that, but I could have done with more of it. That and the resolution of Lance and Allura's relationship felt a little rushed. It really, the whole season kind of felt like they had some good ideas of where to go, but they needed to end the season. They needed to end the series, so they were like, let's rush through it real quick. Let's just get it done. But overall, it was a great series. I really enjoyed what they did with the non-existent advanced lore of Voltron. They even made an effort to explain why he looked like a bunch of lions that connected into a big robot man. Wasn't the best explanation, but it was an explanation, which is more than we ever had before that. I mean, we had an explanation before that, but that explanation was, well, you see, they took two completely different Japanese shows and just kind of put them together. And even in the context of the one with the lions, that didn't really make any sense. Fucking go, lion. Why, of all the models, did I choose this one? Codeine 42 with the follow. Codeine, thank you so much. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. I don't know that I ever watched Macross Zero. I remember Exo Squad. I haven't watched The Dragon Prince. It keeps wanting me to watch it because I watch cartoons on Netflix like a big baby man. But I have not watched it. I really enjoyed that one show Netflix was doing about the humans on the ship fleeing from monsters that had destroyed the Earth and were continuing to track us through space. What was it called? Shit, what was that show called, you guys? There were horrible space monsters, and they had mechs they fought them with, and they could only penetrate their hide with, like, these specific spears, and they only had so many of them. Knights of Sidonia. Yeah, I really enjoyed that for a while until the show became entirely about, like, beach episodes and androgynous love stories, and then it got a little strange. And then it just sort of ended unceremoniously. But everything up until then was actually pretty fun. Someone ping me when Thunderhead does his storm report. I gotta go with my girlfriend to her family's place for Mother's Day. That's how I read everything, Chaotic Harmony says. I want to see his reaction to things. I'm not gonna react. I'm gonna play your stupid voice clips, and I'm just gonna stare dispassionately at the screen. I'm just gonna be like... I'm not even gonna blink. It's gonna be nothing. Weird Evangelion-like that had aliens from space and resonant frequencies and Frankenstein monster. Wasn't that kind of like Knights of Sidonia? We both know you lie, so yeah, probably.
To 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me, across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
I had to clean my brush, it was dirty. Might have been a bit much. Yeah, somebody let Chaotic know so he can drag himself back from the brink of Mother's Day. To enjoy our high-quality content like me rolling my eyes. I would like to go ahead now and A-Dodge, chasing the storm, joining the storm chasers, if you will. Thank you so much for the follow, A-Dodge. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. I'd like to take this moment to go ahead and remind everyone that we are doing it's not quite a giveaway, though you can get an entry into our celebratory 400 follower Storm Report Special Edition stream coming up more than likely next Sunday. If you go ahead and hit !Doppler, you will get your entry. You should know before you make your entry that this will require something from you. People who get a slot in the special edition will need to post some pictures of a model that you are working on, that you'd like some help on, that you'd like some feedback on. And we will go ahead and take a look at them on the special edition stream. We will devote about a half an hour to an hour. And I'll see if I can't have some examples of similar paint jobs to work on to kind of help you get past whatever block you're having. Hopefully I can help you out. It'll be a good time. Actually, there are two P's. There are two P's in Doppler there, Manro. It's okay. And a little bit later this stream, we will go ahead and pick out a couple of winners. I'm leaning towards 3 slots right now. I think we'll do 2 today and 1 on Tuesday to give some people who don't have a chance to be here right now a chance to get in on the action. Of course, I'm consistently amazed at how many of the regular viewers on this stream are here almost every time. 3 times a week. It's kind of amazing. It certainly helps me keep my schedule. It's okay. It's okay, Manro. I can't even read, so... I don't even know if there's going to be another Young Justice. I don't know. They did this latest season with, what's her name? The chick with the color powers. And it was pretty good. I don't know if they're doing more, though. I haven't heard anything about that. I like Young Justice. It's a great show. Shiveo, glad to be back. Glad to have you back, man. How are you doing? Remind me to ping that the giveaway again later so I don't forget to let people know in case people filter in late so that they can get their entries in. Dark Fox, ping me. If you're going to be here, that is, Dark Fox. I'd appreciate it if you'd ping me on that in about, I don't know, half an hour to 45 minutes. It is Mother's Day, so I understand if people need to go do Mother's Day things. I hate this model. That's not that bad. It's just, oof, these little panels are really something. There had to be a better way to approach this. I just didn't do it. I'm not sure what that better way is. I can think of a more labor-intensive way, but that doesn't help me, obviously. Good luck to you, Firestarter. Godspeed with your Necron arms. Living the life. I'm glad to hear it. Living the life is better than dying the life, I always say. I've never said that before in my life. How do you glue the damn speeder bike pedals on in Star Wars Legion? Which speeder bike are we talking about, Manro? Are we talking about Clone Speeder, or are we talking about, Scout Speeder? What's up, Headshot? How you doing, man? What? Dark Fox, I'm just talking about the Storm Report Special Edition stream entry. I would just like to remind people periodically, because I know we have people filtering in and out, and some of them might like to participate. You're gonna... I think you use plastic glue for those, Manro. Is gonna be your best bet. I haven't done those in a while. I assembled a few of them, though. Like plastic cement, I mean. In the days of Corona, Thunderhead pushes back against the monotony of a world turned to a Kafka-esque nightmare of existential sameness. Yeah, that's something, Datron. Does the same for me. I'm glad to hear that, Headshot. I'm bashing my head against Spider-Man here, bemoaning the fact that to make him look better, I'd need to do significantly more work than I want to do. So he might end up not being the best work I've ever done. But I'm going to get them done one way or the other. Yeah, the streams kind of help me mark the passage of the weeks too, Datron. So, you know, glad to be of assistance, my friend. What was last week? Oh, I painted those clones. Yeah, okay. Didn't go quite how I wanted it to go. Well, yeah, the red may not be as vivid as I ultimately want it to be, but a few more highlights and I think it'll be acceptable. I think if I come back in with some gray liner after the fact to push some of my contrast, that'll help. Maze Blitz, hello. How are you? What are your thoughts on wet palettes? Any favorites? And why? I'm using a wet palette right now. Thank you, Project Dark Fox. I appreciate that. Aeon Drummond with the reminder. I do need that from time to time, because otherwise I get obsessed. I like wet palettes. I didn't have much use for them, admittedly, until I moved to a dry climate. And now, where I live, I have almost no choice but to use a wet palette. Particularly when I'm streaming. I can get away with using a porcelain palette when I'm painting on my own, because I tend to move a lot quicker. But when I'm streaming, I find that I will, like, you know, my hand will hover for a few seconds because I'm reading what people are saying, and by the time I've gotten it to my model, the paint is dried completely. So I very much need to use a wet palette now. As far as which one, I have a plastic container with a paper towel and some parchment paper in it. Like, that's it. I don't use anything particularly special. Now, I've recently thought about upgrading to a more professional wet palette, but I've made this one work for a very long time. And if you're just thinking about, do I want to use a wet palette or not, just trying it out, make one. Make one out of any plastic container first and see if you like it. Don't just jump in, would be my advice. Amaze, I'm honestly not sure. I need to take a look at the different brands and do a little comparison shopping. Putting down some gray liner so I can do some of the black lines here. Nice voice, by the way. You hear that, guys? It's the voice that gets the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, Maze. I hope you're having a good time. I know I am. Using the Army Painter wet palette and really like it. See, there we have one recommendation. And Hethrier, you know, he knows a little bit about what he's talking about, I guess, sometimes. Maybe. No! Hethrier's a good painter. I would take his advice. I'll probably look at the Army Painter one myself when I go to pick one up. But yeah, I recommend just make one. Make one out of a plastic container and try it and use it for a little while and get a feel for, you know, how it works before you spend money on one. Because I can attest that you can make that work for a good long time before you need to spend money. Yeah, like, it's hard to to know what features you're looking for in a wet palette if you haven't used one. You know? Like, you look at it and it could just be, like, meaningless. So, if you use one for a little while, and then by the time you get around to picking one out, you'll know what you want in it. I don't know what song this is, but I kind of hate it. It's odd, because I usually like this style of synth. This one's just doing nothing for me. Tabletop quality, I'm not going to let myself linger on my mistakes, we're just going to move right past them. Just getting it done. Making one is a good suggestion. Eventually bought the red grass and like it, but it is pricey. Yeah, Kingfisher... I'm sorry. Fisher King, Canada. First of all, welcome to the stream. Secondly, yes, I feel that way about a lot of painting tools. There are a lot of them where you can kind of cobble together a half-assed version, and it's good to do that or to use the cheapest version until you understand it well enough to know what features you're looking for in a paid one. Until you can, look at a professional one and know what the features mean, what you want, what you don't want, what's useful, and what's just fluff. Whatever you do, don't trust the goddamn marketers. Their job is to lie. Use the Mastersons. I had the Mastersons for a while, and I never used it. I let it get moldy, and then I kind of just threw it out. And it was only after that that I switched to using a wet palette regularly, because I had to. And now I wish that I still had it. Well, I don't wish I still had that one. I let that one get moldy. But that's an example of I bought a wet palette just like I should buy a wet palette, and not because I really knew I wanted one or not. And in retrospect, I wish that I had done what I'm now doing, which is, kind of fake it for a while. Fisher King Canada with the follow. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're having fun, Fisher King. I know I am. So brushes are a thing that I don't recommend getting cheap ones. Hey, Jong Bay with a bunch of bullshit. Dark Fox, you here? No, Dark Fox is not. Would you go ahead and just ban that that bot there? I'd appreciate it. Thank you kindly. We haven't gotten that many bots in chat, you guys. Is that a good thing? Does that mean I've made it? I don't know. I don't think it does. I don't think it means anything. I guess in a weird way it's a little bit validating. Now when other Twitch streamers are like, man, fucking bots, I can be like, yeah, I know, I had one time, you guys, yeah, totally. I also am a Twitch streamer. Yet. What's up, Cyber Knight? How you doing? Ah, you don't have to worry about it, Project Dark. As long as you're here to respond. Well, you don't even have to be here to respond, man. The fact that I have any mods at all, like, I'm super appreciative of the fact that you guys want to help out. Oh, excuse me. Means China doesn't think you're important enough to set bots into. Aww. Bad Dachshunds. How you doing, man? Haven't seen you for a while. That's all of that I want to do. I think I want to highlight the blue a little bit and see where we get. I am going to go all the way up to a tropical blue from Reaper. I'm super inefficient when it comes to using the space on my wet palette, by the way. It's something I need to work on. Not sure. I could not tell you, Dark Fox. It's a good question, though. I want to thin this quite a bit, because I want to layer it real nice. Welcome back to Counting with SP Firestarter, where we now have 6 pairs of Necron arms. Or we could do that in, like, the count that counts kind of a thing, you know? It could be like, 6 Necron arms. 7 Necron arms. I want to trap your soul in a metal body. Let us count the souls we have stolen. My favorite brush? I mean, I'm using it. I am a Winsor and Newton guy, Maze. Now, you'll get some mixed reviews on Winsor and Newtons. I know that at some point in recent history, they were having some manufacturing troubles, and there were at least a few batches of brushes that went out that couldn't hold a point, and people had some trouble with. But I guess, missed it. All the ones I've ever gotten from Winsor and Newton have been high quality. Winsor and Newton Series 7 Sable brushes are my go-to. I'm sure that some of my other chatters could recommend some other similar Sable brushes that are also quite good. Just ate myself into a coma. Well, as long as it was good. There's nothing more tragic than eating yourself into a coma with food that you don't even enjoy. Which I do sometimes. But then I have no pride.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Huh. Yeah, I guess that's true. Series 7 size 0 round. Yeah, that's most of what I use, White Wolf. The size 1 is really good. I just wind up using the size 0 quite a lot. I know some people swear by the larger sizes, but, you know, there's a funny thing about painting. There's really no wrong way to do it, there's just the way that works for you, and there are as many ways to paint, and as many methods to use, and as many tools to prefer as there are people painting. You know? So I would say, you know, try out a few and pick what you like, Maze, but if you're looking for recommendations, I personally recommend trying out the Winsor & Newton Series 7. I'd get yourself a size 1 to start with. There isn't much that you can't do with a size 1. You might end up moving to a size 0 if you like it. Painting that spider dong. Macro Raptor slipped in, but made it. I've become the gargoyle I always wanted to be, just not for any of the reasons I wished. I can weirdly identify with that statement. So I'm going to go ahead and mention that today we are doing a little something special to celebrate hitting 400 followers. We're going to have a stream next week. There's going to be a Storm Report special edition. We are picking from 3 to 4 viewers who wish to participate, who can submit some pictures to me over the course of the week, and I will prepare some example pictures, ideally of minis that you maybe are struggling on, or want some help with, or want some advice on. And I'll prepare some examples of some things that I might do, or some techniques that might help you, and then, on the special edition, we'll devote about a half an hour to an hour to each entry that we got. And we'll take a look at what you did, and we'll talk about it, and then I'll spend some time going over some techniques that might help you out. I don't know how useful it's going to be, I don't know how it's going to go, but it seems like a fun idea to me. And if you'd like to participate, at any point during the stream, go ahead and enter !Doppler. And that will give you a ticket. You do not need to be a subscriber to enter, all you need to be is a follower. That's my only requirement, which seems reasonable to me. And we will, I think, pick 2 winners from the entries today, and then a third on Tuesday. Possibly a fourth. I don't know. I think we might only do 3. Just because I haven't done it yet, and I don't know what my time management's going to be like. But if it's successful, if it goes well and people enjoy it, it's probably something that you're going to see again at 500 followers, and then again at 750 if we get that far. Who knows? Just loop MW4 Mercs music on the I guess I probably could. I don't think there are going to be any copyright claims to that at this point. Is this clay? Uncensored, are you referring to what it is that I'm painting? This is a styrene plastic miniature. I'm not talented enough. I'm not talented enough to work in clay. Come on. I've done some work in clay. I've done a little bit. I sculpted a few masks that I slush cast. But for the most part, no. Most of them should be in the listing beneath the main chat box there for you, White Wolf. I think there are a couple that aren't on there because I haven't updated it in a little while. But there should be a list of chat commands. What's your cure for shaky hands, which are the bane of my existence? And that's a question I can answer reasonably, because my hands also shake. Most of the problem that people have with shaky hands comes from the fact that you're not braced. It's not that people's hands don't shake. Everybody's hands shake. There's some people with steady hands, sure, and they should all be surgeons, the bastards. But most people's hands do shake, kind of no matter what shebeo. What I do, first of all, is I take both of my elbows and brace them on the desk that I'm painting on, for starters. That's step one. And then I will always try to bring my hands together somewhat in the middle, making a sort of triangular or A frame, if you will. I won't always brace the heels of my palms together like this, though you can do that and kind of work like this a lot of the time. But there will always be some connection. Like, you'll notice I'll have my hand here, and like my pinky will be extended on my thumb. And then I'll be kind of painting up here, or I'll come in and curl my hand and just sort of press them together like this. If I'm doing crazy stuff like I'm flipping this up, then I'll probably bring the heels of my palms together for when I'm working. The important thing is that you want to make both of your hands into one solid unit. So your hands are still going to shake, but as they're shaking together, which means, relatively speaking, they're not shaking at all. Surgeons are pinstripers, the dirty bastards. Yeah, if you're on your mobile, White Wolf, I don't know if I can help you. DLG, okay, so that's another one that I can answer. What you're going to want to do, and I can demonstrate on Spider-Man.
Bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
It's weird how that math checks out. But you're going to want to curl. Okay, so it's a similar technique. You want to get the heels of your palms together, DLG, right? And then you curl your fingers inward like, no, I'm not doing that. Jesus Christ, what kind of a pervert do you think I am? That's my secret, cat. I'm always shaking. There's some truth to that, actually, tiny robots. Day Late Gamer, how you doing today, man? Dark Fox, if you're still here, could we get a... I think you are. Yeah, you're here. Would you give me a shout-out for the Day Late Gamer real quick? Guys, if you're in this stream, and you enjoy a variety stream or watching someone bash their heads against Souls-alike games, which is what he's been doing lately, you need to check out the Day Late Gamer. He puts the DLG in DLG. Let's just pretend like that was witty, shall we? Can we do that? I mean, it's my stream. Can we just pretend like I'm witty every now and then? Is that acceptable? Is that okay with you, Mom? How you doing, DLG? Getting in here and painting that spider gooch. I swear to God, you check out my channel, I will cut you. It's unacceptable. Yeah, it's very impressive, Samare. Sure, absolutely. Working on homework, last day of school is tomorrow. Well, that'll be nice. You'll be able to focus entirely on wasting time on Twitch. Isn't that what we all want? Just to waste our entire lives on Twitch? I know I do. Twitch is love. Twitch is life. Right? That makes sense. Spider-Man is so fucking ripped, it's ridiculous. He's just got muscles on top of muscles on top of muscles, and they're all, like, nonsense strong. Tabletop quality. Okay, thank you. Yes, you're absolutely right. I will dial back my plans a bit. Just getting them done. I just get, I'm like, but I can do more. But I can do better. And then I'll get self-conscious, like, but I'm on stream. I should really do the best work I can. But that's not necessary. I mean, really, the version of tabletop quality that I do now is so much better than the version of tabletop quality I did a few years ago, and that is enough advancement. That's like I try to remind everybody here, and like I try to remind myself when I'm doing that. The only person that you want to paint better than is yourself from yesterday. And you don't even have to want to do that. You can just fucking do it for fun and not worry about how good your paint job is, but the only person I'd like to compare myself to is myself from yesterday. And that guy was a dildo. So it's not hard to do better than that. Just a living, walking, talking dildo man. Gooches within gooches. I knew there was a reason I kept you around. Tiny robots in a box. Jesus Christ. Fuck that guy, right? That's what I say. Well, maybe when I get great talent, we can have great expectations, Macro Raptor. Until that day, we'll just do this. Great Expectations is among my favorite Dickens. It really is.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Don't you worry, I will. Do one more blue highlight, and then I'm going to do a blue wash to even it all out, I think. I think. What direction do I want to go? I'm going to go pretty light because I'm going to wash it all together. I think I'm going to go as far as this frost blue for some heavy highlights. What's this about a dildo man? Defoe figurine. Oh, shit. Okay. If we do a Willem Dafoe figure at any point in this stream, that is going to be a special edition Thunderhead stream. That is going to be subscribers only. That is going to be an adult content warning, NC-17, turn back, here there be monsters. And by monsters, I think you know what I mean. I'm going to be on my OnlyFans. Yeah, that'll be our inaugural OnlyFans. I wanted to print Willem Dafoe, but it just printed like a giant dick with a little tiny guy attached to it. I don't know what happened. That's because it's a fantastic GIF macro. I use that GIF more. Like, I've got other ones, but I use that one constantly. Alright, a much lighter blue now. I'm going to try to push the contrast on my highlights. I want my highlights to make sense, which that's tricky for me. butt highlight here. Just to get them sculpted spider cheeks, you know? I was about to say, obviously Spider-Man works out, but I guess that's kind of the joke, is that he doesn't. He doesn't have to. He just, is strong. It's the very nature of his power. Must be nice. You know, having superpowers. It's kind of a redundant thing to say, isn't it? Of course it is. It's like the whole point of the superpower fantasy. I still want Chaotic to do a butt clip. I wouldn't mind that. Gotta get them butt dimples. Them butt dimples. You know what? Yeah. Good call, Firestarter. That's actually smart. Jesus, I've been doing this for 2 hours? Ah! Spider junk. Spider junk. What's he got in a spider trunk? That's the last of those I'm gonna sing, by the way. Thank you, White Wolf. I did one just a little bit ago. I'll do one again here in a little bit. What about all that great responsibility? It sure is handy that Peter Parker takes that seriously, because a lesser man would just be like, no. I'm just gonna own the world. No big deal.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. It's worth noting that if you do...
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Speaking of which, it's still printing, right? So I started this print that's on the 3D printer a couple of hours before the stream, and I looked over at it like 20 minutes before we were going to get going, and it had come loose, and it had started to build one of those balls of plastic where it's just extruding right into plastic that's stuck to the print head. It was a fucking nightmare, so I had to rush to clean that up and start a new one and re-adhere everything to the plate. Otherwise the print would be further along right now, and that would have been nice. That would have been nice for me. I hate it when that happens. The whole base came off the print bed and everything just started going crazy. Yeah, ball of death. Yeah, it's... I can't tell you how many of those I've come home to or woken up to after a night where I'm like, oh yeah, that print will get done overnight, and I come out and it's just a mess. And then you gotta heat the damn head up, hope that the plastic didn't do something crazy like displace your wiring, scrub it off with a wire brush. It's disheartening, though. The first one that I dealt with, like, terrified me. I'm like, oh god, my printer has been destroyed. But, you know, you do that a number of times and you realize that, no, it's fixable, it's just a giant pain in the ass, that's all. So I'm not awesome at doing musculature, but I feel like that's decent for the blue, right? It's a little extreme. You know what? Let me just a little... Just a little spider junk highlight right there. How about that? How's that look? Spider-Man's poses all show off those fucking thigh muscles so much. It's crazy. Yeah, I've done that before too, Heather. It's a fucking nightmare. You just leave it off, Flav? It just becomes the state of things. Headshot, I'm so sorry. The commands are available only to subscribers. Not because I don't love followers, but because I had to draw the line somewhere at who gets to spam me with 50 Shades and Glorb. Because god damn it. It gets a little crazy. And did someone use it recently? It has, I think, a 10-minute overall cooldown, but I don't remember Tight Pants being used that recently. I wonder why it's not going. The other ones have been working. I know the bot's going. Not sure why that is. So I'm going to go over my blue with some Army Painter Blue Tone now to kind of help ease my very awkward highlighting into a deeper blue. Might have triggered a cooldown. So, now, Summon More, that was used recently. Try 50 Shades, just the basic one. Or try Canopian Catgirls, we haven't done that one.
Welcome back.
There we go.
50 Shades of Coal Gray.
It is working.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Oh god. I'm gonna push Chaotic Harmony to do a 50 Shades Chapter 4. I'm not gonna get him to do 50 Shades Chapter 3. Chapter 3 exists. It's just obscene. It will never see the light of day
and so
again.
I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. 50 Shades Chapter 3 will never see the light of day ever again. But we can move on to Chapter 4, I think. To keep the story going, you know, I want to find out what happens after I clean my brush. Now, see, that I feel like actually looks pretty good. I don't think I did the best job on the musculature, but I think the blue is going to wind up looking pretty good. "50 Shades 3 is going to stay in the fucking vault, along with the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, the entirety of Indiana Jones 4, and I'm saving a spot for the Matrix 4 next to all of those. Because let's face it, that movie's going to be terrible, you guys. Thank you, Samir. What if we're confused by the time skip? Well, that's just gonna be, you know, one of the little special touches that Thunderhead Stream has, is that, you know, if you're a regular viewer, you know there is a 50 Shades Chapter 3, it's just that nobody can get their hands on it, because it is disturbing. It's not even like the content, the described actions are particularly bad. It's the particular verbiage, the particular adjectives that Chaotic Harmony chose that render it unlistenable. I'm gonna jump my red highlights all the way up to a sunrise orange. Well, that is more or less, yeah, there you go, Flav, I could lock it behind the Tier 3 sub. So you can hear Chapter 3, you can play Chapter 3, but man, you're paying some money for it. Ugh. And I don't know that I'm gonna thin this. It already has a flow aid in it. I think I'm going to do just a drop of medium. Did you ever paint the spider on his back? I haven't yet. That's going to be white. That's going to be one of the last things I do. It is white, right? I'm pretty sure it's white. I guess it depends on the artist. Janzu Rock. I mean, I do realize that. That doesn't mean I'm going to let them see it, though, Janzu. I'll tantalize you. I'll titillate you. I'll tantalize and I'll titillate your tantalizer. I'll do it. But what I won't do is play that fucking clip again. This is way too slow jazz for me. Come on. Let's go with something else, Pretzel. There we go, that works. That works. I like this little tune. That's why I need you around, Flavolicious. You know how to monetize this shit. Monetize chaotic harmonies, incredible profanity and obscenity. You actually want this a little thicker. It's not a terrible idea. For the low agent fee of 10%. I'm already giving that fee to Twitch. Flav. Taking all my money. I don't make any money on this. Who am I kidding? So I'm going to go ahead and ping one more time. Letting everybody know that we are currently running a giveaway. It's not really a giveaway. It's just a you can get a ticket in order to get a spot on the upcoming 400 follower celebration Storm Report Special Edition stream that we are going to be doing either this weekend or next week. I guess next weekend would be it, because we're at Sunday right now. And what that is, first of all, if you're not familiar with the Storm Report, it is a bit that we do every stream. We're going to be doing it this stream, and if you'd like to participate in it, I would absolutely love it. If you would, you can jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the Storm Report channel, and post a picture of some creativity. Something you've been working on, something you've been painting, some photos you've taken. Some, what else we got? We got some cross-stitch that goes in there. We got 3D designers who post their work in there. Just anything creative that you feel like sharing. Even if you don't really feel like sharing, if you can, get out of the box a little bit, if you can break the norm and share with us, I think that'd be fantastic, because such a big part of doing art is overcoming the fear of sharing with others. And I like to think that we can maybe help you with that a little bit. And towards the end of the stream, we hop over into that, and we take a look at what everybody's been working on, and we talk about it a little bit. We give it a couple seconds each. Really just a couple seconds. I count 1 1,000, 2 1,000. I'm like, you're done! No, sometimes we talk about it quite a lot. But I think the spider on his back is supposed to be red. Is it really? Well, that's okay. I can do that. Why did I think it was white? I guess, again, it depends on who the artist was who was drawing Spider-Man at the time, and which Spider-Man we're talking about. Yeah, now that you say it, I'm like, yeah, I guess it is red, isn't it? Well, I'll go back. But I'm using that remark about the Storm Report to springboard into the fact that we're going to be doing a special edition Storm Report that is going to last one full stream. We're going to be taking a couple of our viewers and having them send me pictures of something that they would like some help with over the course of the week. And then in the Storm Report, we're going to take a look at those pictures, and I'll see if I can't have some examples ready to go over for some techniques or some colors or some ideas that might help you improve your work. And we'll talk about it, and we'll work on it for, I don't know, like a half hour to an hour each. And then we'll do our usual Storm Report. And that is my thank you to... I mean, it was a viewer idea, and I think it's a really cool idea, because I'm really trying to promote a very collaborative, creative community here. And that fits in a lot with the themes of what we do. But, as I'm trying to remember what I'm saying, if you would like a chance to be one of our special edition picture sharer recipients, there isn't really a good phrase for that. All you have to do right now is type in !Doppler. You do not have to be a subscriber, you just have to be a follower. That will get you a ticket, and here in a little while we will go ahead and pick out at least 2 winners today, and I think a third one on Tuesday, giving some people who are not here a chance to get their entries in. This is not going on as smoothly as I would like it to.
When you start to delve into the duality of good and evil, it's quickly evident which side most people will take.
Daily Gamer, thank you so much for the host, man. You go finish your homework, buddy. The VOD will be here when you inevitably want to hear my creamy voice pouring over your eardrums once more. Spider on the back is red. Yeah, as soon as you say that, like, in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess it is red, isn't it? Alright, I'll paint the spider red. I'm not doing a very good job highlighting these individual red panels, but I'm hoping that I'm going to put a red wash over it afterwards, and I'm hoping that's going to help cover up for the fact that I'm really sloppy right now. Like, I'm not really doing a good job defining the panels. I'm barely getting the color in the panels.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and blorb that paint on anywhere.
That's pretty much
It's
what
not
I'm
like you're
doing.
Trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Oh, DLG's gonna be lurking, so don't talk about his wiener! In case you were unaware, Thunderhead Stream is one of the most mature, erudite, learned places on Twitch, and we have no time at all, for potty or penor humor. It's just not us, you know? We're serious people, and we demand to be taken seriously.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yeah, that's accurate. Programmable wall lights. DLG has some of those. I'm always admiring them when he's streaming. They like light up in tune with the whatever equalizer it is that he has for his voice. So as he speaks or groans or squeals or shouts, which he does a shocking amount of, it changes colors. Or at least fluctuates. I don't have a good enough face camera to worry about what's in my background too much right now. But I'd like to at some point really update and upgrade everything on this stream. We got a couple things in the works for production updates this month. I was talking about that a couple streams ago, how that's one of my goals for this month. One of my achievable goals is to update my production value a little bit. And we got some things in the works. I have space for more emotes. I was thinking about maybe commissioning some more of those from probably the same artist who did the emotes we have right now, which are just so cool. Oh my god, aren't our emotes great? I think they are anyway. I love them. Overlord 1, Overlord 2, or Floating Cannon Barge? Are we talking about models you already own, but you're wondering which one to build next? Is that the question? Because I can make decisions for you. That's actually one of the things I'm best at. I'm not even really all that good at painting, but when it comes to making arbitrary calls about things I don't fully understand, I'm great at that. I wish people would have me do that more often. It's all the fun of being in charge and none of the responsibility. Fucking Spider-Man with like his 12-pack that he's got going on here. My friend saw Kylo Ren in the shower. He said Kylo Ren is shredded. Said he's got an 8-pack. I think this orange is going to help a lot. I mean, my choice was all... Yeah, I was going to say Overlord 2. Like, I was... Just because it's in the middle. Let's go with Overlord 2. SP Firestarter, the choice is Overlord 2. Can I just go ahead and say that Matt, the radar technician, and undercover boss Starkiller Base is the best thing to come out of the Star Wars sequels? Just hands down, it's the best thing. I don't even watch SNL anymore. Like I used to, I haven't for a long time. I only catch the really popular skits when they go viral or whatever, like David S. Pumpkins and shit. But Undercover Boss Starkiller Base with Kylo Ren was funny as hell. Yeah, it really was. And I mean, you know, Adam Driver was obviously a good sport about the whole thing. Adam Driver's a great actor. Maybe that's the best thing, really, to come out of the sequels for me, is introducing me to Adam Driver as an actor.
You know,
helping me realize that I quite like him.
Paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye.
There
and
it is.
Sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
It's true, Spider-Man is wearing very tight pants. But that's kind of his thing, you know? Spandex and spider webs. Oh, my right eyeball's doing that thing where it twitches. Isn't that fun? Correct my posture a little bit. Okay. I just need to relax. These little web squares just get me all super focused, and then I start squinting, and then my eyes start going. It's the lid. It's right up here. Happens sometimes. Dark Fox, thank you very much for the reminder. Downslide with the subscription 3 months. 3 months. In the comment, sorry, I'm. Philosophically, that's an interesting statement. Sorry, I am. Let's analyze that for a moment, shall we? Let's not do that, because it was a typo. It's okay. Downslide, good to see you, man. How are things? Take a look over at the chat bot and see how we're doing. Excellent. Analyze this. I don't think that bears much in-depth analysis, to be fair. That's pretty straightforward. I think I get the point. Oh, Spider-Man. You frustrate me so. We'll meet again, Spider-Man. Well, hopefully we won't. Hopefully this is the last time we'll meet Spider-Man. I'm looking forward to doing The Incredible Hulk and Dr. Octopus. Because that's a lot of green in both of their cases, and I think that's going to be fun. I like green. Green's a good color. It's a fun one to paint for me, too. Yeah, we're working on Spidey. Wish they'd release Spider-Gwen already for Crisis Protocol. That would be a fun one to paint, Arathana. I've been getting fairly decent at painting white, though I've mostly been painting white armor on clones and stormtroopers. It would be interesting to paint white fabric. Spider-Gwen admittedly has a very cool costume. I would also paint, shit, I should remember his name. The Spider-Man in the black suit from Into the Spider-Verse. I should remember the character's name. He was like the main character after all. Miles Morales. Thank you so much, Janzu. I love that movie. I mean, like, I realize that's like saying, guys, I think cookies are great. Like, yeah, of course I love that movie. Fucking everybody loved that movie. But, it was great. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to see the, like, failed, dumpy beer gut version of Peter Parker to paint, too. I'd do that. Paint all the Spider-Man. Give me some Spider-Man Noir. You know, I'll paint him. And it's funny that Hathrir hates Spider-Man as much as he does, because Spider-Man is like my go-to Marvel character. I enjoy a number of Marvel characters. Obviously, everybody likes Captain America, but Spider-Man, nope, that's where I live, right there. I'm a DC guy, I really am. But I love me some Spider-Man. Met people who didn't like Into the Spider-Verse, and it shook me to my core. I can imagine that. It's a fucking fantastic movie. Michael Keaton was intimidating as fuck when he okay, yes. I mean, tiny robots in a box, that scene in Spider-Man Homecoming, when it all came together, when you realized, you know, who that chick's father was and everything. I mean, Michael Keaton just killed it in that movie, though. Like, if you told me, oh, we're going to do Vulture, and in fact, I remember saying when they announced, oh, we're going to do Vulture, like, who the fuck wants to see Vulture on screen? He made him, like, really intimidating badass, and they did a fairly good job fleshing him out as a character. Let it be known that I am not loving this paint job that I'm doing right here, but I'm getting it done. I'll apologize to Luke later. I'll be like, oh yeah, that Spider-Man I painted for you looks kind of like shit, but you know what? You didn't pay anything for it, so there you go. Favorite DC hero? Oh, I'm a Flash guy. Cheveo, I am all about the Flash. Spider-Man is not America's ass. That's true. Oh, that sucks, Janzu. The customer's always a dick. That's the saying I like to go with. Deathstroke. It's hard not to like Deathstroke, but like I really appreciate what they did with Deathstroke in some of the later runs. He's certainly incredibly hardcore. It's just that the Flash is like the most powerful character in the DC universe. In a fun sort of way. I like the Flash also because my favorite villain from DC is Reverse Flash. For my money, he is the most fun that DC has ever had with a villain. His backstory is insane. And his general attitude is similarly insane. I mean, lots of villains are crazy, but this dude is like really off his rocker. I do like Zombie Flash. I remember when that whole DC Zombies thing happened. That was amusing. Or you thinking Black Flash? I was thinking like, wait, no, it was Marvel Zombies. Did they do DC Zombies? I thought it was Marvel Zombies. But yeah, there is a Zombie Flash in the Black Flash. I liked when they invented the Black Flash. That was... shit, who was the author who did that? It wasn't Grant Morrison. Alan Moore? It was Alan Moore who invented the Black Flash, I think. And it was a fun idea, the notion that the speedsters, they're too fast for death. He can't catch them. So they have their own death. And he's chasing them all the time. And ultimately, the life of a speedster is a race against death that they are ultimately bound to lose one day. It's just a question of when. I thought that was a fun idea. Not that they can run super fast. It's not just that. It's that they have to. They must. Because at some point when they stop, they will die. It's more of a burden than a blessing. It's hard to write well for the Flash, and there have definitely been some authors who didn't really know how to handle him, and he's wound up with a couple of runs that have been just kind of like, yeah, okay, he ran real fast, and then he shot lightning or something, and then he won. But I think Alan Moore probably had the best take on the Flash, on making his powers more interesting. I admit I love Green Lantern. Well, Green Lantern's a lot of fun. Almost finished your Swordsman Battle Mac Kit Bash. I'd love to see some pictures on the Storm Report, which is going to be coming up before too long, really. By the way, for anybody who might be new to the stream, or anybody who is not new to the stream but just hasn't participated before, I'd love it if you felt like participating in the Storm Report. It's a fun little bit that we do. Where towards the end of the stream, we pop over into the Discord channel called The Storm Report, and we take a look at some of your creativity, some of your art, whatever it is you feel like sharing. And if you feel like sharing, please jump into the Discord, jump into the channel, and post some pictures. Ideally no more than 3. It's been a very popular bit, and it has gone a little long a few times. But I thrive on you guys' creativity. Really, I do. And it inspires me to know that, well, that I inspire you. If I could have any one thing, any one gift, it would be knowing that watching this stream made you feel like picking up a brush. Building up the courage to share, we are a very welcoming bunch, Janzu. I promise you, even if you post absolute fucking garbage, by your own standards, the worst you're gonna get are people saying, I see how you could improve, because that is, you know, that's the essence of sharing, is putting yourself out there and finding out what you can do to maybe be a little bit better. I know that's why I share. I thrive on constructive criticism, and if I can give you some of that, or even just some encouragement, or even just a, fuck yeah, man, you shared, that's awesome. That's what I'm gonna do. It takes balls, it really does, to share your work with strangers. But I like to think that we have one of the safest environments to do that in. So you don't have to, Janzu, but if you feel like it, I'd love it if you would. Alright, the red's kind of starting to come together for me. I think the red wash is going to really do a wonder. Mark Hamill is the one true Skywalker. Well, he is. He is the one true Skywalker. I'm a Luke Skywalker guy. I'm also a Mark Hamill guy. Mark Hamill is the one true Joker, as far as I'm concerned. And Roland, I'm right there with you. Clancy Brown's Lex and Kevin Conroy's Batman. Boom. The best. The best. I love Clancy Brown's Lex. I like Clancy Brown, though. It's kind of why that episode of The Mandalorian killed me, the one with Clancy in it, because he was just so forgettable. And how do you make Clancy Brown forgettable? He's the fucking Kurgan. Shit was ridiculous. I better get on all the shit talking I can about The Mandalorian, because they're going to do the Michael Biehn episodes, and I'm going to be like, everyone should watch this, it's amazing. I don't even care. It's going to have Michael Biehn in it. It's going to be great. Michael Biehn and Temuera Morrison. Make them fight. Fuck yeah. Old man fight. Clancy Brown was in The Mandalorian. He was the Deveronian in the episode that had Bill Burr in it. By the way, best character in that episode was the droid who didn't get enough screen time. The one who was like, we will be coming out of hyperspace now, like as it happened. I thought that droid was fucking hilarious. He didn't get enough. Did not get enough of him. Girl Geek, how's it going? Yeah, I know. Tabletop quality. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Looking forward to seeing what Girl Geek has for us. If you're participating in the Storm Report this time, doing some of the coolest Pokemon content, like ever. Tabletop quality, they say, as I meticulously do every single tiny little panel on Spider-Man. By the time I'm done with this, I feel like I should have just committed some more time and done a better job for all the time I've spent on it. Oh well. I think it'll look okay. Not getting much shape to the panels, but that would take more time, so I'm not letting myself linger as much as I normally would. Ooh, Jack. Jackety, Jack. Thank you so much for the Twitch subscription. Jack is the gentleman for whom Spider-Man is being painted. So, let's ask Jack. What do you think so far, man? Where am I in focus? Am I in focus here? I've been bringing it too close to the camera, haven't I? What do you think? I think he's coming together. I gotta do the spider in red on his back. I believe I said that it's Smexy. What do you think of that spider crotch? I got in there and highlighted that special for you. Gonna give a little Right at the camera. Rude gestures. This is quality Twitch content, folks. I don't know what stream you might have come from, but I know that they weren't thrusting Spider-Man's groin in your face like I do. Spider crotch. TOS violation in 3, 2. No, Chaotic Harmony isn't here. We're not going to get a TOS violation without him. Probably. He will be my downfall one day. Me and my indulgence of him. Let me adjust my focus. I realize I've been holding it about, like, right here, and that's actually out of focus for you guys, which is rude of me. I'm gonna get a better painting camera one day. Oh, now it looks like shit. Now you can see what a bad job I'm doing. Oh, why do I do these things? Downslide, that's very kind of you to say. Got an Ender 3 question. Can you shoot my what fan you use to replace your hot... Oh, yeah, I'll send you a link, man. Are you talking about the, Now, are you talking about the fan to cool the hot end, or are you talking about the fan to cool the filament as it comes out of it? Because I'm using the original hot end fan, the one to actually maintain the temperature of the hot end, but I replaced the cooling fan for the filament with a larger blower fan. Because honestly, the stock fan that you use to maintain the temperature of the hot end is just fine. Chaotic Harmony would be pissed if I... No, he really would, Samir. I can imagine that Chaotic Harmony would be like, what? What? He got a TOS violation and it wasn't because of me and I wasn't even there? Yeah, he would be offended. He is one of the trollingest edgelords that we allow in this chat. Click on the link. Swear your allegiance. Swearing allegiance is not optional. No, that's part of the requirements, Downslide. Hey, Arathana, please jump into the Discord. And if you felt like participating in the Storm Report today, I would absolutely love to see something that you've worked on. I would love it. I won't even necessarily comment on the quality of it. I just love seeing other people's creativity. It lets me steal their... be inspired by their work. I've not done the best job on these web panels, but I'm not going to let myself linger too long. I gotta keep saying that. I realize I sound like a broken record at this point, but if I don't keep saying it, I will just do it.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun,
Please
be
don't.
safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't do that. The Storm Report is a very welcoming place, but it is not a place for your junk. I have to say this because we're on the internet, and that's, you know... I say, hey, show me pictures, and 9 times out of 10 it's going to be Pinors, you know? And let's face it, I'm not in danger of any lady viewers showing me their junk. That's just not a realistic concern. It's gonna be somebody's dick. So, let's not do that. Alright, I'm gonna throw a red wash over all these red panels, and then as that dries, I will ponder if I'm gonna come back with any more red. I should do the spider on his back real quick, and then highlight that separately while the other red is setting. That's something I should do. because for whatever reason I thought this spider was white. It's been a while since I've read an actual Spider-Man comic, so forgive me. But I'm pretty sure the one on his chest is black, isn't it? Or did I fuck that up too? Is that one white? Why am I thinking there's a white spider somewhere? And I'll just highlight that separately. Yes, that's a good point, Dark Fox. The Storm Report gets purged every stream, but if you feel like posting something to stay there and get commented on, you're going to want to post it in the showcase. You can post in both. I'm not going to complain about that. That's what Showcase is there for. Most pictures it's black, but not all. Not all. I'll highlight it up, and then if I like... Yeah, okay, then maybe that's what I'm thinking about downslide. I keep thinking about the white spider, but that's always on the symbiote suit. I love the symbiote suit. I really did. Food porn is not mandatory in the Storm Report. No, don't listen to Roland. He's full of shit. Food facsimile junk on the other hand. Admittedly, we have allowed, Kursala took a mech and put a bolt and a couple of nuts on him. We didn't kick him out for that. Maybe we should have. So I'm just putting down this AP red to ease the reds together to get down into them crevices, and we'll see how it looks once it dries. AP tones, Army Painter tones and washes are great for this sort of thing because they have a slightly glaze-like quality, slightly filter-like quality to them. And so you can kind of do your highlights as wild as you want, and then come in and wash this over the top and blend them together. And you don't really have to be great at advanced techniques like wet blending or anything to get a very similar effect. I use them this way quite a lot to sort of cover up how sloppy my highlights are. It's what I plan to do on the Incredible Hulk when I paint him, is do just a whole lot of real high contrast green and then just wash him green with Army Painter tones until he looks the way I want him to. It'll probably work, maybe? I don't know, we'll find out. But like you can already kind of see how it's blending those into a much richer red than the oranges that I was using. The next one's gonna be worse. That's good to know. Good to know, Kursala. I'm sorry. I've got a rule. Okay. This rule does apply to me too, and you guys can go ahead and remind me of it. I do have a general rule against compliments that put yourself down. Or really, what I have a rule is against putting yourself down. It's something that painters do a whole lot. There's a tendency, and I know it just like everybody else does, particularly when you see someone who you think is amazing, you go, man, you're so much better at this than I am. Because that's what you're thinking. And the problem is that that's not what you should be thinking. That's a poisonous, semi-toxic mindset to have. You are so much better than me. It's not really a compliment. I don't want to be better than you, nor do I believe that I am, for that matter. And I have a tendency to put myself down. I've done it a bunch of times in this stream, and I'll just acknowledge it. I've been like, oh, I'm not doing a good job. Oh, this is bad. Oh, derpy, 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 do. And you know, it's a bad habit. It really is. And it fucks with your head. It's not true. Besides, it represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of all of this. And I say this as I realize I've been the one saying it. I'm not trying to be better than anybody. The only person I want to be better than is me from yesterday. I want to paint better than I did before. That's the only person that you should be competing with in any meaningful way. Because you know what? There's always going to be a bigger fish. There's always going to be a better painter, particularly if you're posting your stuff online. And it just doesn't do you any good to compare yourself to people like that. Draw inspiration from them, yes, absolutely. Look to them for ideas, most certainly. Compare yourself to them? Don't do it. It's poison. PS4 game has an advanced spider suit that has a white spider on it. Arathana, I am almost certainly not thinking of that because I did not play the PS4 game. I wanted to, but I didn't have a PS4 at the time. Nor do I now. I heard it was really good, though. But then Spider-Man games is kind of hard not to be good. You give me an open city and let me fucking web swing, and I'm going to be having a good time. So this is where we're kind of landing on the red, and I no longer hate it. Once the wash went down, so the web lines are not as well defined as they could be, but you can definitely see them, which is kind of all I was really after, you know? Yeah. That's something to keep in mind, nanotanks, and you have to be able to see. That's why it helps to have a plan, because as I was putting down the orange, I was thinking to myself, and I probably should have talked through it a little bit more, I'm gonna wash this red, I'm gonna wash this red, it's going to be more red. And so I kind of, had that in my head as I was picking the color. And you see, it comes together. Now, I've talked about this a few times too. There's a threshold for every model that I'm painting, where I'm painting it for a while and I'm thinking, oh, this isn't working. Oh, this was a bad idea. Oh, I picked the wrong colors. You gotta push through a certain amount. Because, for me at least, there's always a threshold that I hit where I'm like, oh wait, now I can see it. Now I'm seeing it, now I like the paint job. And for me, that red wash, that was it. Now I'm looking at this going, okay, yeah, this is a decent looking Spider-Man. I don't mind this. The Bob Ross effect. Bob Ross is a fucking god of painting. I wish that I had the self-control and the peace, the inner peace, to be the Bob Ross of miniature painting. But the truth is, I'm much closer to the Howard Stern of miniature painting. I'm not even close to that. No, Roland, we're not doing that again. Speaking as a writer, comparing yourself and being self-deprecating is draining on your creativity. It is. Like, it feels like in the moment, oh, I'm being humble, and that's something you want to be, but it has a psychological effect on you. If you say over and over again, I'm not good at painting, you're gonna make it real in your head. And once that happens, it's really hard to dig yourself out of that hole. So what are left? Most of them, Jack. I've got Crossbones, Black Widow, and Spider-Man done. I'm trying to make sure I get one of these done per week, and I'm going to be holding myself to that. Next week, I'm going to be rolling into either Doc Ock or the Incredible Hulk. I'm going to get them done. I was just saying, when this whole thing kicked off, I was like, oh, I've got all the time in the world to paint these, and then, a month goes by, so I appreciate your patience, Jack. I really do, man. But I want you to have good-looking figures. Who's that? Janzu Rock with the follow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow, Janzu. I hope you're having fun, man. I know I am. So I'm going to try to highlight some of these black lines on him now. And I'm going to go right to pale blue-gray. Yeah, Bob Ross is an incredibly inspiring painter, and I genuinely enjoy watching him paint his landscapes. His mindset towards painting is one that everyone should try to emulate. Just relax, have fun, don't take it too seriously, roll with the punches. Particularly in miniature painting, doing things this tiny, you're gonna make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. It's not about not making mistakes, it's about how you respond to the mistakes when you make them. And, generally, when I fuck something up real bad, I'll be like, well, that's where I'm going to put some mud or some battle damage or something later. That's one fewer decision that I have to make at that point. Oh, well, shit. Thanks, Macro Raptor. Macro Raptor posted some things to the Storm Report last time, and that was a good time, too. Hey, Jack. Yeah, take it easy, man. You get you some sleep. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I'll have another one of your minis on here again next week, man. These lines dividing the red from the blue are a little odd for me. Not entirely sure how to handle them, so I'm going to highlight them with gray, and then I'm going to give them a black wash. Just to do my usual blend effect. I think that'll be effective. I don't want to put too much emphasis on them, because they really only exist to divide the blue part of the suit from the red part of the suit. And they shouldn't get too much focus as details on their own. I don't think. I don't even remember them being on his suit. I think they're just a vagary of the model because they needed to divide the two parts of the suit. But again, I don't know. So I'm going to go ahead and let people know that as part of our celebration for hitting 400 followers, you madmen, we are going to be doing a special edition Storm Report stream. If you would like to participate in that, I'll let you go. I'll go ahead and let you know the requirements of it, because not everybody may want to enter. It will require you to, over the course of this week, send me some pictures of a miniature that you might like some help with, or that you would like some advice or assistance on, something you're stuck on, something you're not quite sure what direction to go. And then come special edition stream, which is likely to be next Sunday. We'll devote about a half hour to an hour to each person. And I'll see if I can't have some examples to work with on stream to help you out, to show you a direction you could go, some colors you can use, some methods you can use, and whatnot. If you would like to participate, if this sounds like fun, you don't even have to be a subscriber, you just have to be a follower. Go ahead and type in !Doppler, and that will give you a chance to be chosen as one of our lucky special edition Storm Report viewers. So lucky, you guys. Oh my God, you can't. I can't even tell you how lucky you'd be. I think it's going to be a good time. It's just an idea that we've had. We haven't done it before. It's going to be kind of experimental, but if it goes well, I'd like to do it again. I think we'll probably do it again at 500 followers, assuming we get there, and then again at 750, assuming we get there. Who the hell knows? It's going to be a little tricky, but I think the black wash is going to help. And I'm glad to hear that, Janzu. I love the Storm Report. I really do. That name is kind of sticking now. Like, at first I was like, oh, we need to come up with something else. It might stick. Yeah, that was a bit much. Black wash is going to help. I'm going to stop putting gray on that spider until I black wash it, and then I know what it's going to look like.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Oh, shit. What's up, cat? How you doing?
Hello there.
Good to see you, cat. We've been working on Spider-Man. Damn it, I didn't put your voice clip up again today. I keep meaning to do it, and I keep forgetting. You're going to have to remind me. I'm not totally sold on these black stripes. The black dividing lines. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the black wash. In worst case scenario, I can come back over with just some pure black and make them disappear. I always love the shape of Spider-Man's eyes. I mean, everybody does, obviously. They're a fairly important part of the look of his face. They got that Todd McFarlane flair to them. Now, I know they look very white and or gray right now, but again, I am going to hit this with a black wash. Before I do that, I'm going to come in with some pure white over the eye lenses themselves. I need to get more space efficient with my wet palette. I'm just putting color everywhere. It's all about practice. That white on the eyes really helps the whole look so much, doesn't it? That's another one of those moments where it's a simple thing you do, and you're like, oh, there he is. There's Spider-Man. It's funny, those moments, those little bits, recognizing the important details. Oop, that's too watered down. I want my white thin, but not that thin. Good God. Starting to get tired. Well, that'll happen. I appreciate you being around, though, Sentient Pickle. It's always a good time. It really is just hybrid panda. God knows what he's a hybrid with. I don't want to think too much about that. Hybrid Panda, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Whoopsies. It really, really helps the look so much. Holy shit. I'm gonna come in with some black wash for some of these details. I should also highlight this red spider on his back before I go any further. Before I forget, because I will. And I already did for a while, so it's probably good to get to it. Yeah, now that I'm painting the red spider on his back, I'm like, oh yeah, of course it's red. It's always been red. What's wrong with you? I don't know what my brain was doing earlier. I probably was just thinking about this. You know what it is the Spider-Man... I've got a Spider-Man poster on my wall. Why didn't I look at it? It even shows his back. Jesus. The Spider-Man poster I had on my wall as a kid was the symbiote suit. Because that arc had just happened. And it was a poster drawn by Todd McFarlane, who I was a bit... I mean, I'm still a big fan of Todd McFarlane. But I was a big fan of his Spider-Man art. Also a big fan of Spawn at the time. Isn't Spawn getting something here pretty soon? I remember reading something about that. It's getting another movie or a show or something. I'm the silent type. Panda emotes. That's okay, Hybrid Panda. I just like knowing that you're here. Really, though, welcome to the stream, and I hope you have a good time. New animated movie. That's fine. Animated is absolutely fine. Yeah, that puts that puts it in perspective, doesn't it, Roland? I was just a little kid, and you were in high school. Time passing is a bitch, isn't it? New animated movie. I'm totally fine with that. Honestly, I love animated movies if they're done well, man. And if they're willing to let Spawn have the adult content that it needs to have, but maybe not be quite as edgy as the old HBO series. Because, let's face it, that was really edgy. It was good. But like those little bits that would happen before it, where he'd be like, I'm Todd McFarlane. Welcome to the twisted and dark world of Spawn. Now turn out the lights and enjoy the show. It was like, God, shut up, Todd. Just let me watch the fucking show. That'll put that in perspective, Roland. You remember those, right? You remember the HBO Spawn series? When that was on, when that was airing, I was very little. I was a little kid, and my brothers watched that, and I would stay up late at night and, like, sneak a look around the corner because I wasn't supposed to be awake and watch Spawn. Man, Keith David. Am I right? Keith freaking David, you guys. Who's with me? And see, here's another good example of... That's the orange I'm putting down, and I'm not totally in love with it, but with the red wash, it's going to come together. Schrodinger's coma. David freaking Keith. That's not what I said. That's not even remotely what I was talking about. Brought Keith back for the DLC in MKO. Did they really? I mean, Keith David was, yes, he was Goliath. And Keith David has been so many voices. And yes, he was the Imam in the Riddick series. He also has one of the single greatest fight scenes ever put to film in... Yeah, he was Admiral Anderson. In They Live with Rowdy Roddy Piper. He has an extended fight scene in an alleyway. It goes on for like 15 minutes. It's the most brutal, knockdown, fucking... They punch each other in the nuts like 6 or 7 times. It's fucking terrible. If you guys haven't seen They Live, you really should. If just for the cultural memes. Because that movie gets memed quite a lot. Alright, there's my red. Now I need a little bit of black. That's the one with the aliens and the glasses. Yes, that's exactly it. So they factory reset. Is that what that is? Arthana? Factory reset. I didn't realize that's where the switch was. That explains so much. Yes, and half the lines in Duke Nukem were stolen. Well, yeah. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum. And I'm all out of gum. Fucking Duke Nukem. What's up, Shock21? How you doing, man? I played the hell out of Duke 3D. Oh, I missed some spots. Let me get those before I go on. Get these done so we can get to the storm report here in about 15 minutes. I confess I've made more progress on Spider-Man today than I thought I was going to. All I really have left to do is the base and a couple of touch-up details. That feels pretty good. I'm always amazed at the amount of work I get done in this stream, but you guys really, you make it easy. You make it easy for me to kind of take my mind off the tedium, you know? Keep it going. They Live as a documentary. Roddy Piper's an interesting guy. His episodes and It's Always Sunny are some of my favorite episodes. That dude was fucking hilarious, and he had a great sense of humor. where he plays the maniac. This spider's going to take a bit more work. It's not where I want it to be yet. That's okay, though.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're not. Specifically, we're trying to get outside the lines. I want there to be a nice dark shadow around the spider so that I can highlight it up. I'm going to pull some of this off because there is a lot on there. It's probably the weakest part of this paint job so far is the chest spider.
Do you like sexy battle mechs,
Ooh.
sexy streamers,
Hey.
and sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
Oh yeah.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Has Ronda Rousey kind of just stolen the ride? Like, I don't pay any attention to her at all. I know she said a couple of stupid things in public and then she got beat up, which, you know, I only noticed because I enjoy a good schadenfreude. Does she wear a kilt? With like a t-shirt? That says Hot Rod? Because if not, then she didn't steal the part of his identity that I really like. Alright, now I'll do down here. We found a fucking word for that. The Germans are amazing that way. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kat. Hopefully you can enjoy the VOD later if you care to. Kat, Ion, thank you so much for being here. Chat, can we say goodnight to Kat, please? She makes this stream possible in many ways more than I do. She's also responsible for the fantastic emotes that our subscribers have access to. Don't give me credit, because it was definitely her. Oh, sentient. I didn't realize that, Sentient Pickle. That's, yeah. From his perspective, I can see him being like, yeah, okay, whatever, do whatever the fuck you want. That was my bit, but I'm done with it. Get that shadow in around the eyeball. The eye lens, I guess it's not an eyeball. And I'm probably going to come in and highlight the black again because it's going to need it, I think. But all in all, I'm pretty pleased with where we've landed for Spidey tonight. We are coming up rapidly on the portion of the stream where I'm going to go over to the Storm Report. Which is always exciting, isn't it? Not a fan of it, stolen or not. I'm not a fan of Ronda Rousey, though, you know, just in general. She could have the best bit in the fucking universe, and I'd still be like, yeah, she's kind of a bitch. But I feel like that's part of her whole shtick, too, isn't it? She talks a whole lot of shit. To be fair, though, I'm talking out of my ass. I've paid so little attention to her as a competitor. Like, I've heard things, and that's about it. So yeah, I feel like Spider-Man's face needs a little bit of work yet to bring it together. The eyes, in particular, the black parts need highlighting. But I'm pretty pleased with where we've landed, and the chest spider. The chest spider and the eyes need a bit more work. But everything else, I feel pretty good about. Is that true, Roland? See, I don't know. That's why I'm like, I think she's kind of a bitch, and then I throw in, I don't really know what I'm talking about, because the truth is I don't. Spooter dude. Yeah, I think for sitting down a bit, really these streams are perfect for this sort of paint job for me, because if I go over 3.5 hours working on this mini, I've spent too much time on it. But if I can get it done in that time period, like, I'm pretty happy with that. I think it looks okay. I'll get the base done up when I'm doing some of the other bases, because I'm going to do all the same. I've seen some people who've added on little bits of web that he's shooting, but I just can't. If I do another Spider-Man, I'll do that. But for this one, not as much. Not as much. Maybe I could have gone a little brighter with the blue. That's the only thing I'm seeing, is maybe I could have afforded to go a little brighter with the blue, but I'm pretty satisfied with where it landed. Maybe take a water break, you know? You have a point. You do have a point. I also ran out of beer, which is a tragedy. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stand up for 1 second, I'm going to get another beer, and we're going to do the Storm Report. Pardon me for just 1 minute. I'll be right back. Because at the end of the day, gents, life is too short to be sober all the time, and it's definitely too stupid. Drink for victory! A mostly completed miniature. Yeah, this is at the point of completion where I'm like, well, the things I have left to do just aren't going to take me that much time or thought. So, I feel pretty good about it. I did the same thing to poor Black Widow, where it's like, yeah, you know, I got it done. Except her face. I'm probably gonna, I'll take like a half hour later tonight and actually do her face and her hair. Because it's just so damn silly. Yeah. She's a pale imitation, if you will. She's just fighting in the Arctic and it's cold and she's dead and has no blood in her body. It's no big deal. Alright, so, you know what I'm going to do? We are going to go ahead and transition over to the Storm Report. My God. What do they have in store for me this time? But before we get going, I am going to go ahead and pull 2 winners out of our pool for tonight to select for the upcoming Special Edition Storm Report stream, which I think is going to be a good time. And I'm glad to see people want to participate in it. We have a good number of entries. So let's see what we've got. I'm gonna close out the entries here in just a minute. So I'll give you guys another, like, literally 60 seconds if you want to get an entry in and you haven't yet. Go ahead and type !Doppler to get your entry. And again, as explanation, we will be doing a special edition stream in the next week, which will be an advanced sort of storm report where we really focus in on particular problems. You will need to send me a couple of pictures of a model that you're having issues with or want help with or don't quite know where to go. And I will get some examples and some thoughts together on that, and then we'll spend half an hour to an hour going over your paint job. And I will do some work and demonstrate some techniques that I think might help you. That's going to be the plan for the special edition stream, which we're doing as a celebration for hitting 400 followers. Of course, I'm saying I want to go ahead and do another one at 500, and you guys have me almost a quarter of the way there already. So we might do this somewhat regularly. So I'll go ahead and give you just another minute to get those entries in if you'd like, and then we will pick some people out. And we'll be doing this again. I'm going to pick 2 people tonight, and we're going to pick another one on Tuesday for anyone who was not able to get in tonight. Or, frankly, if you don't get chosen tonight and you just like to do another chance at entry, feel free to come back on Tuesday. We'll be picking at least one more. WJ, how's it going, man? Didn't see you there. Finally nearly finished base coating my Awesome and Catapult, started priming my Thunderbolt and Battlemaster, but then I screwed up, rubbed a lot of the paint off of my Awesome's PPC arm by accident. Did it while removing some excess plastic I found on the arm. Don't feel bad. WJ, my god, if I could tell you the number of times I've done almost exactly that. Like, I did it on this fucking guy right here, which I realized that I switched the camera over. I'm gonna switch it back for just a second. All my clips are gonna play when I do this one. Let's make that go away. I did it on this guy. Shit, where was it? There was a piece of plastic on his leg that I had to cut off and then come back and do a repaint on him. Don't feel bad, WJ. It happens all the time. And honestly, like, just make that some battle damage that you're gonna do. You know, take a sponge and do some rust in there or something. Don't let it slow you down, and don't feel bad, dude. It's just, it's part of painting. We all make mistakes. It's how you roll with them. Paint better the second time around anyway. There you go. See, Macro Raptor knows what it's about. Alright, let's pop back over to here. I am going to go ahead and do 2 draws from our entries. Let's see who 2 of our Special Edition Storm Report winners are going to be. Assuming that the chatbot does its job. I will be closing entries in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... Closed. It sounds like it might actually be a priming issue if you're wiping paint off, WJ. All right, so I'm gonna try to pick 2 winners. I think it'll let me do that. Click pick winner. And it didn't do anything. Oh, Kursala! Kursala is one of our Special Edition Storm Reporters. Now, I'm going to click the button again, and I'll see if it'll let me pick another winner. Alright, here we go. Kaboom. And the second winner, Papa Bear 1958. What are the odds? This was your idea, Papa Bear. Oh, shit. Okay. So our choices for tonight are Kursala and Pop Bear. If you would both do me a favor and start figuring out which miniature it is that you would like help with or advice on, and take some specific pictures for me to look at, and go ahead and ping me on Discord as well, and we'll work out the details. I wonder if Papa Bear somehow knew this goddamn contest was rigged.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. It is important that we note that it may be a special edition, but still, please don't show me your genitals. Don't. It's not, guys, it's not that I don't think you have gorgeous genitalia. It's possible that you do. You might be really proud of them. Just don't show them to me. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to see them. But yes, Gersala and Papa Bear, please go ahead and drop me a line on Discord. We'll get the details worked out. We will be doing this again on Tuesday for at least, I don't know if we're going to do 1 or 2 more. But if you would like to enter, you got an entry in tonight and you did not win, please feel free to enter again on Tuesday's stream. You will have another chance. And I feel like we're going to be doing another one of these pretty soon because I said we're going to do one at 500 and we're alarmingly close to getting there already. Hey, if you need help with a codpiece, I'll help you, man. I painted Spider-Man spider junk just today. Alright, Storm Chasers, let's get right on over into the actual Storm Report for today. What do you say? Let's have a look at what we got. Hang on, let me shift my position a little bit here to be more comfortable. Move my paints out of the way. Turn my body. You know my viewers too well, Arathana. Girl Geek cross-stitch project. God, I'm always excited to see this. First row's done. Able to put it on the frame. We'll hopefully be able to work on it more soon. And yeah, we got Jolteon. And Articuno and Vaporeon. And yeah, the next part is going to implement the rest of the Eevee evolutions, I should think. Oh god, excuse me. I have a little throat issue there. I'm doing okay now. I love, I can't... That was an incoherent bunch of words that I just said there. But the point is, I fucking love this piece. I really do. It's so cool. And I'm looking forward to seeing the whole thing together so much. I love the sprite style art. It's just great. Just great. Kersala. You dragged back that wreckage you asked for, boss, but it doesn't look like we'll be putting it to use anytime soon. Oh no! What happened to the Mad Cat Mark III? It's a Sad Cat Mark III. Look at that. That's terrible. That's the thing I'll get help with. I'm gonna spend a half an hour going, glue it. Oh, shit. It's a great looking model, really. I haven't getting to watch this come together from, hey, I made the basic shape of the cockpit here to a final print. Like, damn, it looks really good, man. I like Kersala's sharing. Roland, that's a beehole. Just so we're clear, that's an anus. Yeah, that's a sphincter cake. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Buttoned cake? Jesus, WJ. WJ, do we have like a dad joke award button? I should have one, because that's fucking terrible. I mean... I can't even say anything good about it, because it's all going to sound terrible. Before it got frosted. See, even that sounds bad. Yeah, get some frosting on there. I'll bet it's chocolate, and I'll bet it tastes delicious. I am absolutely getting banned at some point for this shit. God damn it. Why'd you have to go and make a butt cake, Roland? Yeah, see, Sentient Pickle knows. It evolved into a German chocolate cake. A lot of frosting to hide the butthole. Yeah, well, you know, that's what we gotta do. Let's not... Okay, no, let's not... We're not taking this any further. It's over now. We're moving on. Let's just keep going. Oh. Okay, alright. We got some chaotic harmony business going on here. This one's 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Pre-mission blurb for mission 16 from the Fall of Terra scenario book. I'll give 2 minutes to chaotic harmony. It's almost always worth it. Almost. Maybe it'll even be worth it this time. Let's find out. Now, this is some actual work that he's doing, as I understand it. So I'm interested to hear it. I'm interested to hear it. Words, sentences, forming. Complex. No thinky good.
Per ardua ad astra. Through adversity to the stars. Captain Brannigan, we have an emergent signature. I looked up from my note pewter toward him. The young tech had logged plenty of hours of sim time, but he was still new at this. It took him a second or two to get the coordinates. Bearing, 260 degrees by 27 degrees. Range, 50,000 kilometers. Correction, sir. Multiple emergent signatures. I figured I might as well ask, though I had my suspicions about the answer. Any IFF, Mr. Boyer? They lit up as soon as they came through, sir. 2 invaders. Blake's Providence and Serene Wisdom. The third is a Magellan, the Far Thought. They're all word of Blake, sir. Damn. I'd hoped we'd had more time. After a second, I gave my communications officer the only order I could. Chaudhry, get the squadron commanders on the blower and tell them to launch as soon as possible. And
Bring me my brown pants.
To get her ship clear. The Dracs are neutral in this.
She's already on the line, sir. She says she's Explorer Corps, and the Corps uses this facility, so it's within her orders to defend it.
I like that voice the
Bloody
most.
Dracs in their code of honor. Still, it'd be useful to have that beast of hers on our side. Tell her the Hadakaze may boost when ready. I turned back to Boyer. Any news on the hostiles? They just released their dropship, sir. I count 7 drive plumes, all vectored toward us. A full load. That didn't bode well. Any idea to their ETA? Without knowing the ship classes, I'm afraid it's guesswork, sir. Assuming unions and a 1G burn, I'd say about 100 minutes. If they boost at max, maybe 65. If they have attack ships, they could be here in as little as 45. Boyer began to look a little worried, so I shook my head with a small smile I hoped Boyer might find reassuring. They won't come in that fast. They want the yards intact. I carefully omitted the end of the thought that passed through my mind. Intact, except for us.
That's pretty cool, Chaotic. That's really neat. I hate when someone shows up and drops a full load on me. That's really cool, Chaotic. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, man. Yeah, I like that. So audiobooks win, I think, is the question. You know? Hey, Leapin' Gnome, how you doing? Include Discord messages. That's really neat. I'm glad to hear you doing more voice work, Chaotic. You have a fantastic voice. Read the background. Wait, where is it? Is it down? Is it up? I mean, yeah, pre-mission blurb from Mission 16 of the Fall of Terra scenario book. Oh, that. You want me to read that? I mean, I already did. You weren't here. I read that first. It is the pre-mission blurb from Mission 16 of the Fall of Terra scenario book. Who took over Terra, anyway? It's a good question. Directly on... What do you... I go down on its voice slut. What are you talking about, Chaotic? That we like long-form audio here? Is that... Did you maybe think you posted something that didn't? Because that's all I'm seeing. I mean, feel free to post more background, and I'll scroll down and read it for you, man. More than happy to. All right. Let's continue on a little bit here. Hethrir with his shrooms. Damn, you've been working hard, man. We saw the Morels last time, and these are all, it's UV reactive, right? Damn, look at those colors. That table's gonna look cool as shit. The words under it were the background. I didn't know you had... Oh, yeah, okay, I did. We did before we played it, Chaotic. There's a UV shot later on of the actual table. Well, we'll get to that here in a second. Look at those damn colors, though. Cybran Knight. I love these tyrants. I really do. We're going to be doing another tyrant here before too long. We have another tyrant that we're going to paint up. Specifically the... I forget every time. What is it that you named it? It's Coyote Tango, so it's Dingo Waltz. That was it. That was your ridiculous... Cybran. Good lord. Dingo Waltz. Hey, Smack Weasel, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Dingo's that my baby. Dingo's ate my... Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, it's dark. That's very dark. I love the look of this one. I keep doing this. I wave my mouse on the screen like you can see it, but you can't. The one on the right with the missiles in the chest is just so fucking cool looking. I really like that variant. And here we got a couple more. Mlaz in the chest and doubled up in the arm. God, he looks like a mean-ass brawler. The Tyrant's such a mean-looking mech. I like that you made the head slightly turnable. I think that was a good change from the first one that I worked with. Yeah, Crossbow Roof, by the way. Hey, Crossbow Roof, how you doing? Absolutely. For anybody who doesn't know, our very own Cyber Knight, who's been posting these, yeah, magnets. These are the same legs, and he did 2 different torsos. And that's actually really cool. You can swap your variants very quickly. For those of you who don't know, Cyber Knight runs Metalcore Collectibles, who has recently released this very model in how many variants? You have, what, 7 variants? Overall, Cybern? 7 variants. By the way, I should have, I think I removed the Automods hyperlink filter. So Cybern, if you would like to post a link to your online store in the chat, please feel free to do so. It should go through. Also working on some new Sledgehammer variants for the shop's anniversary coming up later this month. Look at that. Look at that big son of a bitch. Reminds me of something out of CNC, but then a lot of your stuff does. Roland, sharing some more work. You're getting better with these greens, man. You really are. Like, some of the earliest ones you posted were splotchier. This is much smoother. It's a good-looking catapult. Chaotic Harmony. Oh, we got more. Oh, we got more. It's only 5 seconds long. I think we'll probably live. Let's have a listen, shall we?
Hi there. I'm Chaotic Harmony, and I'm a dirty, dirty voice slut.
They call that a voice actor, and you're a professional, Chaotic, for the love of God. Have some dignity, man. Thinking this will be my personal advertisement thing from now on. Got the new card in, set up the camera, and Streamlabs. I could do a test stream tonight. You should, Vergaderung. There's no reason not to. Just do a test stream and work the bugs out, man. I'll come help you out. Assuming I'm still awake when it happens. You really have a fantastic setup. We got the camera in here now. This looks like a good setup, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you got. I really am just so super jelly. I've got to redo my light arches. They're just not up to snuff when I look at this thing. Fantastic painting area. Tiny Robots in a box here with some of his own variants that he's worked on. Good God, man. You've got some interesting ones in there. What is this guy on the right with the Zeus hands and the Black Knight head? I don't recognize him. That's interesting. Read under the pics. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess I should do that, shouldn't I? Oh, yeah, there it is. Devastator, Hikigane, Guillotine, and Crossbow. Alright, alright. You do some really good kit bashes, man. You've got a good eye for which parts are for the general shapes. You know, like torso shapes. And my words are failing me right now. I'm not describing what I'm trying to say. But so much of a mech is in the silhouette. And capturing the right parts to give the silhouette. Not all of these are yours. Oh, okay. I see Kit Bash, and I assume that it's going to be Tiny Robots in a box, because he does so many of them. Vindicator, Archer, Hauptmann, and Perseus. Pre-3D printer Kit Bash. Looking real nice, man. I like the antennas. Good color choices. I always love red and black, but then you add in the caution striping, and I'm just totally on board, man. Scylla, Corsair, Mackie, and Salamander. Is that Mackie one that you made, or is that Mackie from Strato? Yeah, the Archer looks particularly fantastic. Strato, I thought so. I was looking at that thing, and that looks a lot like Strato's Mackie. I like the Mackie. It's just such an ugly beast. What's this guy? Scylla on the left. I like the use of the combination of the Hunchback and the Zeus parts. That's really cool. Hunchback, Griffin, 2N, Raven, and Whitworth. I love your Whitworth. I've got some of your Whitworths painted around here. I did. I let you call yourself a voice slut, Chaotic. Oh, so dirty. So dirty. The Whitworth is... Where is... Don't I have one? Like here? I think the Whitworth's actually out in my game room. It's with my Comstar stuff. But Tiny Robots in a Box, your Whitworth is one of the first things that I found from you, and one of the first mech prints that I did, and I still love it. It's a fantastic job, and a really, really good kit bash. Oh, the Griffin with the double missile launchers and the fucking sparkle fist on the right. Really good paint scheme. It really applies. I like it particularly on the Raven, which, yeah, that is intended to be a Raven. So yeah, I'm not totally off there. Fucking thank you so much for sharing, Tiny Robots. Hethrir, you deserve this. I deserve to eat that. God damn, that looks delicious. Oh, why do I do this? I could just skip right by it. I don't have to click on it. I must drive home. Have a good one, everyone. Chaotic Harmony, thank you so much for being here. Chat, could we get a good night for Chaotic Harmony? Dark Fox, if you're still here, would you give me a shout-out for Chaotic? It's probably not necessary, considering that he raided me earlier, but I'd love to have one in there. Of course, I don't know if any of my mods are here right now. Hey, oh my god, he's here. I keep losing track of this shit. Chaotic, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for sharing, man. I will see you later, I have no doubt. Penis. Thank you so much, Chaotic. I think that penis is probably your best contribution. The main reason why I won't order from Ironwind Metals unless they have something I want that genuinely isn't available elsewhere. Oh, pardon me, popping my back a little bit there. Gone through the trouble of cutting the feet off the base. Again, metal figure. Yeah, I know how that goes. Separating the leg at the knee so I could do a custom pose, only to discover after I'd done all the work that the missile packs are basically complete garbage. Misaligned molds and undefined missile ports. Put them on and shoved it aside as a reminder to A, avoid IWM, and B, always check everything before starting such a long and laborious process. Goddamn, Samara, I feel that pain. I want you guys to understand, I'm not trying to... I understand there's a lot of fan loyalty to Ironwind Metals in the Battletech community, which is fairly small, and I'm not trying to besmirch the good name of any artists out there, but Ironwind Metals just isn't... In a vacuum where there's no one else producing models, you gotta like them because they're making models and nobody else is. But damn. And yeah, they haven't maintained their molds, and a lot of the stuff that they're putting out today are based on molds that they made in like the fucking 80s and haven't repaired and haven't made new ones, and they look like shit. There's just nothing you can do about it. Yeah, that's it. They're way behind the times. They're the kind of company that should have existed in the 80s and should have been growing all this time, but they just kind of haven't. I don't know why that is. I don't know anything about them personally, so I can't possibly comment on it. Yeah, Partha was... Ral Partha was... Are they the same? Because Ral Partha made good models. I mean, you know, for the time. I've still got Ral Partha models that I don't hate. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, Smack Weasel. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not. I'm not trying to insult anybody. They don't make good products for the most part. There does exist a Ral Partha UK who is not the same. Okay. I mean, to be fair, the only Ral Partha models I still have were made, like, in the 80s, so... Oh, Project Dark Fox. Let me get... Oh, yeah, okay. I guess. Only because I bring it on myself, apparently. Here we got something from Roland... Roland, what am I looking at here, man? This is interesting. I don't recognize any of these. Edenite Walkers from Heavy Gear. Okay, this is more Heavy Gear stuff. Alright. Interesting. That's a bizarre-looking faction. I like this sort of dual-part tank that they got back here. And then we got a couple of, like, plastic... What are those buildings made of? Those look like some old-school kit bashes from things you might have had lying around. They're effective. It took me a minute of looking at them before I realized they weren't, like, MDF or something. Either way, thanks for sharing, man. Posted up a link to a very awesome scene from Majestic Prince in the Movies and Shows chat. If you haven't heard of the series, go check it out. I'll check it out after this, Samara. Thank you so much. Oh, mecha. And chicks with boobies. Booby chicks in spacesuits, man, you know just how to get me. A picture of all the Necrons I've been bitching about, the arms of the whole stream. They can be a pain in the ass. The assembly looks like it's going well, though, man. Just one after another. Keep it going. Thanks so much for sharing, Firestarter. Farm Fresh... Oh, Orions. I read Onions, and I was like, huh, okay. Look at them. Look at the Orions. Oh. Farm Fresh. They laid these fresh this morning, did they? The Orion hens. What's up, Caliber? How you doing? Yeah. I mean, we're all about mechs here. You can't really be into mechs without being a little weeby. It's just gonna happen. Cha-cha-cha. That's a lot of Orions. Scrubbing bubbles. Oh, here we got Macro Raptor again. ATRT for Rebel Scum. I love the nose art on it, and I love that you painted this guy as a Chiss. I love both of those things. Also, the paint scheme with the sort of desert on the legs and then the black armor plate. This looks really cool, man. I'm going to end up painting some of these pretty soon, and I might have to rip off some of your ideas. Really, the nose art looks great. I don't know if that's freehand or a decal, but either way, it looks fantastic. Dewback romping. Oh, shit! You can have like a Gila monster thing going on here for the patterning. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I like this. This is really cool. He looks dangerous. I've seen a lot of different Dewback colorations, but I think I like this one the best. I may just straight rip you off, Macro Raptor. I'm just letting you know ahead of time for when I do my Dewbacks. Are Gila monsters? Yeah, Gila monsters are poisonous. That's right. I mean, of course Gila monsters are poisonous. That's like one of the only things they're famous for. What am I saying? Really, really good work. Thank you so much for sharing. One of the very first cross-stitch, my wife... Oh, Janzu's your wife. Oh, cool. Thanks. Thanks. That's an odd thing to say. You ever have one of those moments when you're walking down the street and you pass by somebody and they say something to you like, "Hey, how you doing?" And you respond with something... or that's a bad example. I'm trying to think of a good example, and now I can't even do it now. But you give a completely inappropriate response to something that somebody says. They'll say, "Hey, how you doing?" And you'll be like, "Why can't I think of a common greeting that doesn't match that now?" Yeah, you're welcome, thank you. My brain is a little bit fried right now. Guys, this is the quality Twitch content that you come here for, but that's exactly it. "Hey, how you doing?" And you'll be like, "Oh, you're welcome." I just did that right here, right now. Enjoy your dinner. Yeah, you too. That is precisely what just happened. I need to eat something, god damn it. Love is a battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. This is pretty cool. I hope this is hanging up somewhere in your house. Janzu, thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate that. Okay, so I love both Animal Crossing New Horizons and The Witcher 3. Huh, okay. A woman of taste and class. Also a sucker for side characters, so made an Animal Crossing outfits of The Witcher's Eskel and Lambert. Eskel and Lambert were cool characters, to be fair. That's pretty cool. Good old Lambert. Oh, and you got the little pendant and everything worked into there. That looks really neat. Absolutely, please. This is exactly the sort of content that I love to see in the Storm Report. Lambert, what a prick. Yeah, he was a bit. Eskel was alright, though. Should make Doomguy armor because Isabelle and Doomguy. Oh, we got another one! It's the same thing! Look at that, that's fucking ridiculous. Dark Fox, go ahead and ban that bot. It's like playing whack-a-mole, because they're just gonna go on to another account. And it's not like we're actually banning anybody. It's just, oh, we got banned from another channel. Okay, send another one in. Ah, shit. Fucking bots. 2 in 1 stream, and we've been doing so good up until now. My Duergar blacksmith. Duergar are the deep dwarves, the dark dwarves. Am I right about that? It's a little baby one. Arathana. I believe they are. They're the, dark dwarves, right? Evil dwarves. Yeah, dark dwarves. Okay. I love the skin tone. I love the eyes. Really nice work on the hammer, making it look like stone. That's really good work. I like the freehand on the shoulder. I like the little glow that you have going on the hammer. That's very cool. Oh, and we got a little bit more on the shield, too. This is really good work, Arathana. Looks like you got a little bit of OSL on the other leg from the hammer. Is that what I'm seeing? That's really cool. So small. Yeah, it's fucking tiny, and you got some really good freehand and OSL work done on it. Very nicely done. Thank you so much for sharing, Arathana. I hope you'll continue sharing with us. Yeah, I love the freehand details. I really do. That rune on the shoulder, that looks great. Things get better when you hit them with hammers, 100% effective, 30% of the time. Inspired by the classic Daishi Widowmaker artwork from the Battletech collectible card game, which would be this, decided to do an updated version of it via Kit Bash. Cheap Russian MWO miniature quality for the legs and torso. Ah, well, at least you're getting good use out of them. Oh, yeah. Let me look at that again. Yeah, that's the pose and the double weapons and everything. And of course, black and red. You know I love black and red. I'm a sucker for it. Really good work, man. I feel like the weapons kind of make the whole Daishi's shoulder... What is that? It's like a shelf that it has over it. Makes it look better, in my opinion. A penis land warrior. A warrior from a land where the only thing they've ever known is the penis. This is why I don't get into the second beer usually on stream. Good to see a penis land warrior. It's been a little while. Glad you decided to come back. And thank you so much. Every mech needs a Daishi shelf. No, it doesn't. It's like one of my least favorite features of clan mechs for the most part. It looks really nice though, man. Good job on the cockpit too. You needed that little bit of color splash to contrast with the red and the black, and that actually does a really good job at it. Janzu. Oh, why you gotta torture me, Janzu? They do this to me because they hate me. That's why. Yeah, the Puma shelf. It's the same thing. I personally have not shown... I have not shown him Zardoz. I don't know if he's seen Zardoz. He should, though. I'll just stop by to hear you say my name. Well, I enjoy doing it. What can I say? There is, to be fair, a land of, No, Dark Fox. If I really want the food picks to stop, I'll drop the hammer. Don't you worry about that. Vanilla ice cream with banana slices, maple syrup, and a dash of Irish cream. God damn, you people know how to eat. Oof. I don't have any ice cream, or I would go make this, like, right now. Zardoz is a classic. What, Pen Island Warrior? I suppose that's another way to look at it. Zardoz... You should watch Zardoz, man. You really should. I'm surprised. I feel like I would have mentioned Zardoz to you at some point in the previous years that we have known each other. For a little preview of Zardoz. The gun is good. It shoots seeds of death. The penis is evil. It shoots seeds of life. That's what you have to look forward to. That and Sean Connery in a banana hammock. Which brings us back around to our banana ice cream. So, as vengeance against you for posting the banana ice cream, I now want you to associate your delicious dessert with Sean Connery in a banana hammock. Enjoy. And then, of course, Matt Plog made it look good. Matt Plog makes everything look good. Look at this. Look at this business. Jesus. Ugh. He's a fucking madman. I love how chunky his details are. He even takes mechs that I don't like the look of and makes them look fucking good. In black and white, no less. Ugh. It's disgusting. Matt Plog's work is disgustingly good. A red leather banana hammock. Yes, it is. Seeds of death to kill the brutals. The plague of the brutals. Board shot with the UV. Ooh. That is going to be interesting to play on. It's all well and good up until you look up at your opponent. You see the splotches all over his face, you know, and like across his shirt, and you're like, oh no. Maybe this was a mistake. It really does look fantastic. Tiny robots in a box sharing his swordsman work in progress. Ooh, damn. That looks really nice. That's a good render, on top of it being a very clever use of parts. I look forward to seeing this one finish. The swordsman is not the most impressive mech, stat-wise. But I've always thought the swordsman looked great. It's just so middle of the road for like a medium mech. Is the swordsman medium or is it heavy? It's a little underwhelming stat-wise is all. But it looks fantastic. Concept art and 3D sculpts are going to get me to Mech Warrior, as it should, Macro Raptor. I'm not a big fan of Mech Warrior 5, I gotta be honest. The game, 40 tons, yeah, he's a medium. Because I remember I always think when I look at the swordsman, you look at the swordsman, and you think to yourself, wow, look at all those weapons, he's gotta be the toughest son of a bitch ever. And then you're like, oh, it's 40 tons, and it's not. Yeah, barely. Of course I like the Shadowhawk for Godarung. The Shadowhawk is the Dugram, and therefore will always be cool. That's just how it is. I'm sorry that you can't recognize objective reality like that. Oh, reference image. See what I mean? You look at the swordsman and you're like, look at this badass. Look at all those weapons. Man, he looks hardcore. And then you're like, oh, it's only 40 tons. But it's scary looking. Coming down, coming down. Oh, we got the cover of Hell Comes to Frogtown, another Rowdy Roddy Piper classic. He did some great fucking movies back in the day. He really did. So yeah, watch They Live and Hell Comes to Frogtown, and you can thank us later. Papa Bear, lots of revisions, even though it may not look like much. Progress is progress. It's true. Even little amounts of progress, you know, a little bit at a time. You'll eventually get there. Looking nice. Thank you so much for sharing, Papa Bear. Manro Fasal with some 40k figures. Looks like we got some Ultra Smurfs coming together. I remember when these kits came out. They're such nice plastic kits. It's nice to see some Space Marines that aren't all Primaris, because that's kind of all you see anymore. We got an Emperor's, or not an Emperor's champion, but a champion over here. We have some of the, what are these guard, the middle guys? What are they called? I remember when their kit came out with the wings on their face. They got lots of wings on them. I don't remember the name of the guard unit, though. Crack open some Xenos with the brothers. And then, of course, an Apothecary over on the left. Looking good, Manro. Thank you so much for sharing. A little more detailed view from Papa Bear. Oof. I've gotta... I know I keep saying this. Really gotta crack open Blender and get into it. Stern Helm? No. It was Stern Guard Veterans. Is probably what you're thinking of. Yeah, it's the Calgar Honor Guard. That's who we're thinking of. But yeah, Stern Guard Veterans, they came out a good while ago, a good while back. And they had a bunch of crazy parts for them, too. Company Champions have them now. Suzerains have them with the helmets and the hair. Oh, okay. Yeah, Stern Guard were the shooty vets. They did Vanguard and Stern Guard Veterans. Oh, I feel old. I remember when that was new. Working on making an Atlas model inspired by artwork I found. Oh, that'll be interesting to see. The latest off the printer, 1/300 scale MiG-25P. Unfortunately, a fold in the wing revealed that I'm having a Z-axis binding issue. So we get to troubleshoot tomorrow. Ooh, that's not fun. Yeah, hopefully just a little bit of grease will fix that, man. It's a good-looking print otherwise. Minus, yeah, I was going to say the wing has a little bit of a whack to it. Other than that, nice and clean. Quickie project I'm making for my daughter from Girl Geek. Oh, that's pretty cool. We got like a plague doctor going on there, huh? Stay home. What's it going to say beneath it? Stay home, stay safe? I'm terrified by everything fabric related, so I'm always a little amazed. Even knowing that you're following patterns, I'm always a little amazed. White Wolf, 2-month streak. Oh, it finally... Oh, yeah, that's right. You weren't able to do that earlier. White Wolf, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really, the subscriptions are just... They're fucking crazy. I'm amazed every time somebody drops one, even if it is Prime. I'm hydrating. You see me? I'm hydrating right now. Caliber, thank you so much for the follow, man. The follow after you've been sitting here watching this meandering storm report that we're doing today. I hope you're having fun, Caliber. I know I am. Reposting because original picks were terrible, so I nuked them. It's the only way to be sure. We got some Infinity figures from White Wolf. I love the red and black. I know I keep saying it, but it's just such a classic combo. Those are looking real nice, man. Oh, and there's my big mech bro with the blue. I like the red missiles. Nice looking fabric, too. Really top-notch work, White Wolf. And you're using a backdrop now. That's a step in the right direction. Blue versus red. Is there a more classic pairing? I propose not. Project Dark Fox from Chrysalis Orions. Pose them. Identified that the frolicking one, intended to be a sprint but failed, is going to be piloted by Lyran's social general. It does look like a bit of a frolic. It looks more like it's throwing its leg out behind it in joy than sprinting. So, I mean, you've probably already done some work to try to get more of a sprint on this guy, but you definitely want to lean the torso forward if it's sprinting. And probably bend the front knee quite a bit more. But dude, sprinting poses on mechs are hard to do. It's really hard to do one-legged poses. Tiptoe through the tulips. It looks like he's stepping very carefully and lifting his leg very high. Arathana, human paladin, sneaking in another mini. That's okay. I'm fine with that. I love the work on the shield here. I'm hoping we get another... Yeah, we have another angle on that. Oh, yeah, with the battle damage, with the scratches and everything. That looks really cool. Of course, I like the green and the white halved, too. Really nice work. Thank you so much. That, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of the Storm Report for today. And in good time. We made good time. We're only 6 after. It didn't take me 45 minutes to get through. That's really something. Kaboom! There we go. It looks like my banner is actually correct this time. It only happens like 30% of the time. I don't know if you guys realize how lucky you are to have a banner that isn't just straight fucking lying to you. Guys, we will be back Tuesday, May 12th. What am I working on? Did I say what I'm working on Tuesday? I don't think I did. I think heavy gear. I think we're going to be doing heavy gear on Tuesday. Flavolicious is streaming. I'll take a look at who's going. Yeah, we're going to do some heavy gear. No, we're doing the Annihilator Thursday. Thursday is O'Coral's birthday, and I agreed to postpone the Annihilator until then. So we're going to do the Battletech Annihilator Thursday. I think we're going to work on heavy gear Tuesday. We're going to do the special edition stream either Sunday or Tuesday of next week, and whichever one the special edition stream is not, I'm going to be working on an Anakin Skywalker that I printed out. So we're going to do a little bit of Legion. And I should have both Roland and O'Corals finished by the end of the week, and we can launch into redeeming another Storm Chaser and or Thunderskunk next week. That should be a good time. Forgot it wrong, I'll definitely pop over in just a minute and see what I can't help you with. Let's take a look at who's streaming, shall we? Zambies is going. Just Dices is also... I never get to raid Just Dices, you guys. What's she doing? Oh, she's doing a Mother's Day multi-stream with Zambies. And she is painting a pretty cool demon bust. Flavolicious is working on 3D design for some buildings. So... I don't know, which one do you think? I'm kind of like, I never get to raid Just Dices, and I kind of want to. But we could raid Flavolicious too. That would also be all right. You know what, guys? We're gonna raid Just Dices because I never get to do it. This is for me right now, okay? It's just because she's always on days that I'm not streaming, and I kind of always wanted to do it, so that's what we're going to do. She's also working on a really cool bust, and honestly, Just Dices is who I go to when I want to learn about doing flesh tones. She's so much better at it than I am. Oh, I did it again. I just did it right there. But really, she's incredibly inspirational. So we're going to go over to Just Dices and check out what she's doing. Guys, ladies, and gentle mechs, thank each and every one of you for being here today. Thank you to Cat Ion. Thank you to Project Dark Fox. Y'all have been just so unbelievably helpful to me. I lack the words. And I definitely don't pay you enough, which, I mean, is obviously true because I don't pay you at all, really. So yeah. Again, guys, we will be back Tuesday. We'll have some heavy gear for you, some more mech painting. That should be a damn good time. And if you feel up to it, pop over to Vergaderung here in a little bit. And Janzu Rock, you're absolutely welcome. Pop over to Vergaderung in a little bit and see if you can't help him once he gets his stream up and running with working out some technical kinks. I would really like to see him get everything together so that he can do some more streams so we can raid him next time. Alright, guys, I'm going to send you over to Just Dices, and I'm going to go get something to eat. Until Tuesday, everybody, keep on painting. Just keep doing it. Just over and over. Just don't stop. And you will get better, I promise. That's what we're working on. Alright, guys. I will see you Tuesday.